Oh, we live. I said, oh, we live. We are live. Can you weather the storm? I generate the underground sound. I dominate and control. So it's up the black hole. If you're dead, you're all scared because you're not prepared. There's no dancers. There's no laser lights. Just bring your mic and be ready to fight. 10 rounds of actions. Actions of all sorts. Let's engage. Invoke, go interpol. But in the underground, they pack no heat or sizzle. Bring them on, Federal or Biddle, or North and Penn, or around the bend. It doesn't matter. And if you sound like an old Hitchcock script, I rip that fake gangster shit to stress. Get that be hip hop ass. Pull up your pants and repair. Pull his falls anywhere. Wow. Step up, walk and knock your dumb ass out. Next up, this is vocal intercourse. Sometimes I had to bring that one. Flash from the past. Had to bring it out every once in a while. Cause I was getting down. Come on and hold me tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Keeping you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call Jeezy. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the lights. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the lights. Bring my beat back. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick now. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick now. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show. How you doing, Naya, the driver? I don't see her name, but hello, Liz. Protect me from the night. It will be alright. It'll be alright. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let me drop that animation. Pull the chat up and see who here. All right. We got our stars in the house. We got our BD superstars. You got Liz, Naya. We got the driver in the house. Naya says the driver has a link for us to watch. Naya said, for those with Amazon Prime, they've made free mini movies and documentaries related to history. The driver said that's my favorite song. The driver has a link. I don't see it. Yeah, I see you now, Liz. I actually saw Naya say hi to you above my head. But at the moment, you didn't come up. But I saw your name under somebody else's.
Size, I just talked to you. You should be here. I know it's late, y'all. I don't know why. I'm not cooling down. Now, I brought everything in. I put the food away. I'm not cooling down. I got the air on 70. For some reason, I won't cool down. I don't know what it is. I will not cool down. My body's saying no. I want to stay hot. I want to keep sweating. And I don't care what you do. You can wash up 50 million times. You can put cold water on your back. My body is saying I want to be hot. So, what's going on, Papa D? So, I don't know. But we'll get through it. So, if y'all see me sweating, y'all see my shirt is wet, I don't know why. Because I'm not hot. It feels good now. But my body is saying, you ain't trying to hit. I sat there and put cold water on the back of my neck and felt it turn warm. Like, what the heck? I had made some A&Ws before we left. And one of them was frozen solid. I thawed it out. Putting it on me. So, I don't know what's going on. We not gonna worry about it. But, for some reason. And where that shadow coming from? Oh, maybe it's the hat. Is the hat giving me that shadow? Maybe I turn it around. Is the hat giving me that shadow? All right. All right, y'all. I pulled the waters today. I forgot. I'm so mad. I put it on a silver chain just so I could, nobody wouldn't knock me in the back of my head if I wore one of the gold ones. Our topic today is race. We keep hinting at it, but nobody don't want to talk about it. I say it again. We keep hinting at it, but nobody want to talk about it. I want to have a knockdown, drag out fight about racism. First of all, what is racism? Well, let's go to Google and find out what racism is. And we'll go from there. But people keep using the word. Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. The belief that all members of each race possess characteristics or abilities specific to that race, especially so as to distinguish it as inferior or superior to another race or races. Let's go even further. Oops. Racism is the belief that a particular race is superior or inferior to another, that a person's social and moral traits are predetermined by his or her inborn biological characteristics. Racial separatism is the belief, most of the time based on racism, that different races should remain segregated and apart from one another. Racism has existed throughout human history. It may be defined as the hatred of one person by another, or the belief that another person is less than human because of skin color, language, customs, place of birth, or any factor that supposedly reveals the basic nature of that person. It has influenced wars, slavery, and the formation of nations and legal codes. During the past 500 to 1,000 years, racism on the part of Western powers toward non-Westerners has had a far more significant impact on history than any other form of racism, such as racism among Western groups or among Easterners, such as Asians, Africans, and others. The most notorious example of racism by the West has been slavery, particularly in the enslavement of Africans in the New World. Slavery itself dates back thousands of years. This enslavement was accomplished because of the racist belief that black Americans were less fully human than white Europeans and their descendants. This belief was not automatic, that is, Africans were not originally considered inferior. When Portuguese sailors first explored Africa in the 15th and 16th centuries, they came upon technological advances of Europe, and the major European powers began to plunder the continent and forcibly remove its inhabitants to work as slave laborers in new colonies across the Atlantic. Africans came to be seen as a deficient species, as savages. To an important extent, this view was necessary to justify the slave trade at a time when Western culture had begun to promote individual rights and human equality. The willingness of some Africans to sell other Africans to European slave traders also led claims of savagery based on the false belief that the dark people were all kinsmen, all part of one society, as opposed to many different, sometimes warring nations. One important feature of racism, especially toward blacks and immigrant groups, is clear in attitudes regarding slaves and slavery. Jews are usually seen by anti-Semites as subhuman, but also superhuman, devilishly cunning, skilled, and powerful. Blacks and others are seen by racists as merely subhuman, more like beasts than like men. If the focus of anti-Semitism is evil, the focus of racism is inferiority, directed toward those who have sometimes been considered to lack even the ability to be evil. Though in the 20th century, especially victims of racism are often considered morally degraded. In the second half of the 19th century, Darwinism, the decline of Christian belief, and growing immigration were all perceived by many white Westerners as a threat to their cultural control. European, and to a lesser degree, American scientists and philosophers devised a false facial science to prove the supremacy of non-Jewish whites. While the Nazi annihilation of Jews discredited most of these supposedly scientific efforts to elevate one race or another, small number of scientists and social scientists have continued throughout the 20th century to argue the inborn shortcomings of certain races, especially blacks. At the same time, some public figures in the American black community have championed the supremacy of their own race and the inferiority of whites using the nearly identical language of white races. All these arguments are based on a false understanding of race. In fact, contemporary scientists are not agreed on whether race is a valid way to classify people. What may seem to be significant racial differences to some people, skin color, hair, facial shape, are not much of scientific significance. In fact, genetic differences within a so-called race may be greater than those between races. One philosopher writes, "There are few genetic characteristics to be found in the population of England biologically determined." That's it. All right, let me check the chat. Papa D says, "Hi, BD, Nia, Liz, and the driver. I'm watching, but won't be able to type much." Liz said, "No, I haven't, Nia. I'll add it to my watch list." I missed something from Nia. Might have to go back up. Nia said, "Hey, Papa D." That's it. Where's your link at, the driver? I'm looking. I don't see you. There it is. Oh, crap. I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? That was just retardism with the schism. Hit live chat. Pop out chat. Okay, now hit refresh to restore the chat. Come on. There it is. All right, this from the driver. This is. All right, protesters pull down statue. Look, that was a statue of a slave trader. Yeah, I know it's top chat, what y'all seeing right here, but I got it on the screen right here. Let me show you what I mean. Where's Windows Media Player? Do y'all see that on y'all screen when I say let me pull up the chat? This is what I pull up. Wait a minute, wait and see if y'all can see it. We got a delay. Yeah. When I say pull up the chat, that's what I mean. You see it says live chat. Now what happened was I clicked the link here. And I meant to click it on the big board. So then I would lose this. Just like now you got a link right there. I can't click it here. I got to minimize and come back. So let me close that up. We got to come back here. So then I hit the window and I'm back. Papa D says, Bristol, England, Edward Colston was one of the first slave traders. Is the volume up? Didn't nobody black kick it? What are they gonna say? But if they're gonna be real change, am I still gonna have to? Yeah, volume was. I got this up on 78. I don't know who recorded it. People need to spend some money on their equipment now.
Taking it down.
Damn,
With
see?
those words, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam announced that the state would take down the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The governor said the statue will be removed as soon as possible and will go into storage for the time being. Terry Moran joins us from Richmond, Virginia now with more. Terry, how big is this moment for not just Virginia, but also the rest of the country?
You know, Diane, it is an important moment, certainly for the city of Richmond and beyond for the country. This imposing statue of Robert E. Lee, the commanding general of the Army of Northern Virginia, the preeminent hero of the Confederacy, has stood here since 1890 along Monument Avenue. And it is a closing of the chapter of how America tells its own history. That myth that the South, the Confederacy, was a noble lost cause, that blood and valor on the battlefield were reconciled in unity after the war. All of that was long seen as essentially a lie that the country told itself to reconcile and reunite after the Civil War, but at the cost of black lives and the equal human dignity of black Americans. This is a moment over the past several years, and certainly today here in Virginia, when those symbols, which were part of the power structure that so many protesters around the country are demanding be changed, are changing. Governor Northam saying this must come down. In Birmingham, taking down a statue. In Indianapolis, the mayor there taking down a statue to inmates, Confederate inmates of a prison there during the Civil War. That statue was established by public officials who were members of the Ku Klux Klan. So the symbolism was enforced essentially by a white terror organization in Indianapolis. And that all is coming together in this week of pain and memory around the death of George Floyd. This is one of the reckonings, one of the many reckonings that the protesters are demanding, that this history be retold, new voices, the truth be told about the country's history. And Governor Northam here deciding to do it. We spoke with Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, who's on the scene here, who has considering running for governor in Virginia next year, and we asked him how important is it to him that this statue is coming down.
For the Robert E. Lee statue to come down, I think it sends a powerful message about who we want to be going forward. We want to be inclusive. We want to deal with the history of oppression and racism and the Confederacy and all that that represents. And instead, we want to write a new chapter and also dismantling the other living monuments that we have to the Confederacy. And those include our substandard schools, healthcare system, our broken criminal justice system, things that make oppression go down from generation to generation.
Action that Governor Northam has ordered. Justin Fairfax saying there's a lot of substantive work that needs to be done, but part of it has to do with the past. It was William Faulkner who said the past isn't dead, it isn't even past. And that's one of the things that you can experience here. This has been a focal point of protests here in Richmond. They gather here, march to the Capitol, and today's decision by Governor Northam to bring Robert E. Lee down, well, that is one victory for the protesters here.
Well, Terry, we've seen these, you know, as you're mentioning, we've seen the conversation about statues like that one throughout the country become part of the national conversation. I'm curious how people there are reacting to this announcement there in Richmond.
Well, right now, the people we're seeing are very happy about it because this has been, as I say, a focal point of protests. As we've been here during the course of the day, I haven't seen anyone go by and call out against what's happening here, although we know that Confederate heritage The understanding of the Confederacy as a noble cause, that is dear to many Southerners. It has been a difficult thing. But I'll say this, since 2015, more than 130 statues commemorating the Confederacy have been taken down in the United States. What happened in 2015? The massacre of 9 Black Americans at Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston. That massacre triggered this reflection, which continues today. Diane?
It does indeed. Terry Moran for us from Richmond, Virginia. Thanks, Terry.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Remember what I said about those that are first will become last? There's still some old folk alive sitting down there somewhere in a rocking chair going, oh Lordy, taking down the statues. We's proud of the Confederate. This is a sad day for America. I told y'all want to be friends, want to go to school. Look at them. They're taking down our old. We built them for y'all. So y'all can remember. Remember the days when you could walk up to one of them and just punch them in the head. They couldn't do nothing. You've undone what we've done. This is a sad day for America. This is a sad day for the South. That's going on right now. There's a bunch of old folks that are probably killed over. NASCAR said that they was banning Confederate flags at the racetrack. People can't bring their Confederate flags. I say the same thing I said earlier when you told me about it. I'm not intimidated by the Federal flag. That Confederate flag don't intimidate me. I showed y'all what the real flag looked like. The flag that they flying was the one that got beat up and left on the battlefield. Somebody picked that flag up some 50 years later and tried to rally behind it. Picked it up off the loser battlefield. That flag is a loser. Why would you be intimidated by something that's a loser? The people in the South should have fought harder. And maybe if they was in shape, instead of making all the slaves do the work, maybe they could have fought. Instead of being a bunch of loudmouth, belly back, pot belly, laying around, smoking tobacco all day. They wasn't made for the field. People in the North worked. They was at a physical disadvantage. Even if they had a monetary advantage, they had a physical disadvantage. You going up against people that work every day. Your work is going out there and looking. That's your work. Looking at what your overseers is doing. Looking at what your slaves are doing. There ain't no work. That's why I'm not intimidated by that flag. I'll wave it in front of you. Hey. I treat that flag like it's a tissue with some poop on it or some snot on it. Yeah, that's what it means to me. It don't intimidate me. If I was to walk outside right now and some people rolled by with hoods on in a pickup truck and was waving that flag, I'd laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at that punk flag you carrying. Don't you know that flag got defeated? Go lay it back down in the dirt where it got left at. Put the bullet holes back in it that you found when somebody found it on the ground and kept it and then decided to make new ones. That's that old beat up flag that lost. I'm not intimidated by that flag. That flag means Southern heritage. That's what it means to you. But your heritage was enslaving my ancestors. Why do I care about your heritage? You didn't care about my ancestors' heritage when they couldn't go nowhere. They couldn't own nothing. They worked and didn't get paid. You didn't care about where's that flag at? How come they don't have a flag? Maybe we would understand. You didn't give us a flag. But then you get mad if we make our own, but you still want to throw that beat up flag in our face. There's 9 people in here. Nobody got a comment. I see your link, Naya. 9 people in here. Nobody got a comment. Don't just watch. Comment. Were you offended by what I said? Say it. You won't get blocked. Say it. I invited everyone. Our taxes pay for the upkeep of those monuments. They're not made for us. I know now you got a link. Let's look at something real quick. Let's read this, y'all. This is our national anthem. Excuse me. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light, was so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. The rockets were glad, the bomb bursting in the air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. That didn't refer to us. On the shore, dimly seen through the mist of the deep, where the foes hardly host and dread silent reposes, what is that which the breeze over the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, half conceals, half encloses, Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines in the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner, O long may it wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Y'all notice that how long may it wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. We wasn't free. Let's take a look at another song. It's so small, I can't read that. The decision of San Francisco 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick to sit down during the pregame playing of the national anthem has had a larger impact than anyone can foreseen. President Obama has weighed in, endorsing Kaepernick's constitutional right to make a statement. When Kaepernick changed his protest to kneeling instead of sitting, teammate Eric Reed joined him. Brandon Marshall of the Denver Broncos followed suit and lost an endorsement deal. Marcus Peters of the Kansas City Chiefs raised a fist during the anthem, a la John Carlos and Tommy Smith at the 1968 Olympics. An unidentified Navy sailor who took a seat in a solitary with Kaepernick may face disciplinary action. The protest has even spread to high school players across the country. Much of the debate generated by Kaepernick has been on the subjects directly connected to his actions: police brutality, free speech, and the rights and obligations of professional athletes. But it's also sparked nationwide discussion of something more tangential that no one saw coming: the meaning and the history of the Star-Spangled Banner itself, including whether it should be rewritten or replaced entirely. The very fact that this controversy was surprising may be the most significant thing about it. It's the clearest demonstration possible that even in 2016, the U.S. has barely begun dragging the unflattering aspects of its past out into the light. Part of that past means facing the reality and everything about the Star-Spangled Banner, its lyrics, its author, and the path they took to becoming the national anthem. is inextricably bound up with America's gruesome history of racism. The meaning of hireling and slave. It took 117 years from the time the Star-Spangled Banner was written in 1814 until it was legally enshrined as the American national anthem in 1931. Francis Scott Key wrote the poem that became the song lyrics on September 14, 1814, after witnessing the British bombardment of Fort McHenry in Baltimore during the poorly named War of 1812. As The Intercept recently noted, Key's little-known third stanza includes these lines. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave, and the Star-Spangled Banner in trial does wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. By the time Key wrote these words, the British military, including a regiment of former slaves called the Colonial Marines, whom the British had encouraged to escape and then trained and armed. In fact, just weeks before, on August 24, 1814, the Colonial Marines had participated in the Battle of Bladensburg outside Washington, D.C. The Bladensburg fight was a quick, embarrassing defeat for American troops, something Key knew because he witnessed it up close as a volunteer aide to U.S. General. The British forces, including the Colonial Marines, had then continued to Washington the same day, infamously occupying and torching the White House. The Intercept stated that the slave referred to these Colonial Marines. However, an enormous number of readers argued that this identification was incorrect and that Key did not literally mean escaped slaves. Many commenters cited an obscure website that describes itself as History for Kids and state that slaves refers to U.S. sailors who had been seized and press-ganged into the British Navy. The impressment of Americans was a central grievance cited by the U.S. in the lead-up to the war. Others suggested that small Republican rhetoric from the era often referred to any subjects of a monarch as slaves, and hence the word simply signified all the British. Key himself never explained precisely what he meant by the third stanza, according to Mark Leifson, author of a recent biography of Key. Key spoke about the Star-Spangled Banner in public just once and did not mention this issue. Key did not write about the song in his surviving letters. That said, Leifson explains, while researching the book, he did not find any historians who interpreted the hireling and slave line as anything but a reference to the enslaved people who escaped their bonds and went over to the British side. Leifson himself also believes it's clear this is the correct way to interpret the stanza. Among the academic experts with this perspective is Alan Taylor, a University of Virginia professor and one of the foremost contemporary scholars of early U.S. history. Two of Taylor's books have won the Pulitzer Prize. One of these, The Internal Enemy, addresses the song's third stanza, calling it Key's digs at the British for employing colonial Marines. In response to questions, Taylor pointed out that it makes no sense to believe that Key was referring to impressed U.S. sailors. American rhetoric of the time cast the impressed sailors as defiant and unbroken by British might, as the exact opposite of a slave. Moreover, Key certainly would not be celebrating the deaths of Americans held by the British. Other academic historians with this view include Jean Ann Smith, a specialist in the early American and American naval history and author of The Slave's Gamble, Choosing Sides in the War of 1812. David Reedier, Mark Wayne Crewman, and John Belohovec. Even Mark Clegg, a musicologist and co-founder of the Star-Spangled Music Foundation, who strongly defends the song overall, agrees that by slave, Key meant the colonial marines. By the mid-1900s, the phrase hireling and slave could be found in the writing of slavery supporters to differentiate between wage laborers and those in actual bondage. Whether this usage was adopted from the Star-Spangled Banner or the other way around is unclear, but William Grayson, a U.S. representative in South Carolina, even titled a famed 1855 pro-slavery poem, "The Hireling and the Slave." Grayson contended that slavery had been a blessing for Africans and was morally superior to a system of wage work. Grayson also described whites using a new term he had coined, a master race. Francis Scott Key could be called the most unknown famous person in the U.S. history. A look at his rarely examined life makes clear how difficult it is to separate the national anthem's meaning from its author and his gross hypocrisy on the meaning of freedom. Key was born in 1779 on his wealthy family's Maryland plantation, known as Tara Rubra. After childhood, he left to study law and eventually moved to Washington, D.C., where he kept one or two slaves as servants. In 1813, a year before the British attack on Fort McHenry, Key wrote to his father to inform him that he had just purchased an old woman and a little girl about 12 or 18 years old. Key offered to send them to his parents to work on their plantation and apparently did so. In a subsequent letter, he asked his mother how he liked the old woman and the girl. Upon his father's death, Key inherited Tara Rubra and his coerced workforce. Key was not physically cruel as a master, and during his lifetime freed 7 of his household slaves. One, Clem Johnson, had been the plantation assistant estate manager. Johnson subsequently stayed at Tara Rubra to help oversee Key's property, both land and humans. Moreover, as Key's biographer Leeson explained, Key strongly opposed international slave trafficking on humanitarian grounds and defended enslaved people and free blacks without charge in the D.C. courts. If you cherry-picked his words on slavery, you might think he was an abolitionist. That, however, would almost be 180 degrees from the truth. In his work, Key was the prototypical Washington lobbyist. In the 1820s, he parlayed his celebrity as a patriotic poet into a lucrative law practice, helping clients with business before the federal government. During this period, Key also represented slaveholders attempting to retrieve their escaped property. In time, Key became a confidant to President Andrew Jackson. He was, in today's parlance, a Washington insider. When Jackson appointed Key to serve as district attorney for Washington in 1833, it was not least to enforce the law controlling African Americans, both those enslaved and the city's growing population of free blacks. During Key's 7 years in that office, he proved an energetic and moralistic prosecutor, taking on the dangers of fornication and abolitionism with equal fervor. In 1833, Key tried to shut down the capital's bawdy houses, the popular female-run brothel that served both black and white customers. A glance at 20-plus pages of escort advertisements in today's D.C. Yellow Pages indicates that Key failed to stamp out sex work in Washington. The same year, Key indicted John Pruitt, a free black schoolteacher who had forged papers for a young enslaved couple attempting to escape to freedom. Pruitt was convicted and forced to leave town. The next year, Key ignored the First Amendment to persecute Ben Lundy, a courageous editor who published an anti-slavery newspaper in the Capitol. Lundy and his assistant editor, the young but soon-to-be famous William Lloyd Garrison, also had to flee Washington, lest they be assaulted by slavers. Key, like many U.S. politicians after him, was a stickler for law and order. Blacks who encountered the constables serving Key often ended up robbed or dead. When a white riot swept the city in August 1835, Key sought to quell fears of a slave rebellion by seeking the death penalty for Arthur Bowden, a young black man accused of attempted murder. When doubts arose about Baldwin's guilt, District Attorney Key was implacable in seeking to hang him. This perilous battle is recounted in more detail in the book Snowstorm in August. Key next prosecuted. Hey, what are you doing? Key next prosecuted a New York doctor who had moved to Washington with a trunk of anti-slavery literature. The trial attracted attention across the nation. In the courtroom, Key emotionally denounced the abolitionists who wanted to free all enslaved people. They declared that every law which sanctions slavery is null and void, and that obedience to it is a sin. Key declaimed that we have no more rights over our slaves than they have over us. Does this not bring the Constitution and the laws under which we live into contempt? Is it not a plain invitation to resist them? The American Anti-Slavery Society responded by mocking Key's most famous words. In an 1836 broadsheet distributed nationwide, the abolitionists detailed the atrocities of human trafficking in the U.S. Capitol under the headline, "Land of the Free, Home of the Oppressed." If Twitter had existed in 1830, that likely would have become a trending hashtag. Hashtag Home of the Oppressed. Seen through the prism of Key's life then, the significance of his words about the land of the free comes into focus. For Key, freedom was never a promise available to everyone. White freedom and white lives were what mattered. The popularity of the Star-Spangled Banner grew continuously in the decades after Key wrote the lyrics. By the time of the Civil War, some on both sides tried to claim it as their own. Tellingly, Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. felt that if the song were to belong to the North, it would need a new stanza, one that he provided, invoking the millions unchained who our birthright have gained. By contrast, supporters in the South did not believe it required any changes. Let us never surrender to the noble song, the Star-Spangled Banner. The Richmond Examiner editorialized in 1861 in the capital of the Confederacy. It is Southern in origin and sentiments in poetry and song. It fits association with chivalrous deeds. It is ours. In the subsequent decades, the Star-Spangled Banner continued to be contested territory and the subject of what we now term a culture war. By the early 1990s, versions of the song that included to withdraw the textbooks. The New York Times declared that Holmes' words were as monstrous perversion, and Holmes himself was a presumptuous ass. The extra stanza has since largely evaporated and is not part of the anthem's official lyrics. The skirmishing continued after the carnage of World War I as momentum grew for the U.S. to adopt a formal national anthem. Pacificus denounced the Star-Spangled Banner as a warmongering, anti-British jingle. A progressive heiress took out an anti-banner ad in several newspapers, and several Columbia University professors announced a contest for a more suitable replacement. On the other side, Maryland Representative John Linthicum, the daughters, there's a place in Maryland called Linthicum. The Daughters of the Confederacy and other civic organizations declared that the song was the essence of American patriotism. By 1920s, the battle lines were clear. Those who wanted to celebrate the post-Civil War unity of North and South without reference to the abolition of slavery favored the Star-Spangled Banner. Many Northerners preferred the emancipationist spirit of Battle Hymn of the Republic or stately grandeur of American the Beautiful. African Americans had their own ideas and adopted Lift Every Voice by Florida poet James Weldon. Johnson as a black national anthem. In 1931, it was finally a clear winner. Congress approved, and President Herbert Hoover signed Representative Linthicum's bill, making the Star-Spangled Banner America's one and only national anthem. Controversy ensued within 48 hours. Partisans of the banner held a parade in Linthicum's Baltimore district, led by two color guards, one hoisting the American flag, the other carrying the Confederate flag. The Union Army veterans marching in a parade dropped out and denounced the damn rebels for hijacking the proceedings. In response, one neo-Confederate woman, in what sounds like an indignant Facebook post from this year, accused the offended Union veterans of being un-American and divisive. The suppression of history embodied by the Star-Spangled Banner is by no means unique to the U.S. On the contrary, it's universal. The most important and painful realities of any society's past tend to be forgotten unless constant efforts are made to remember them. Intriguingly, one of the most eloquent descriptions of this phenomenon is found in Barack Obama's autobiography, Dreams from My Father. In 1967, when Obama was 6, he and his mother joined his stepfather, Lolo Sotoro, in Indonesia, just 2 years after one of the most astonishing bloodbaths of the 20th century had taken place there. Suharto, an Indonesian general, had seized power in 1965 and, with U.S. support, massacred at least 500,000 leftists and communists over just a few months. Yet on the surface, Obama writes, there is a little sign of this. His stepfather refused to speak of the past, and his mother learned only of it from innuendo and half whispers asides from Americans when she went to work at the U.S. Embassy, according to Obama. This is the lesson she took from this. The idea frightened her, the notion that history will be swallowed up so completely, the same way the rich and the lonely earth could soak up the rivers of blood that had once coursed through the streets, the way people will continue about their business as if nothing had happened. Power, the word fixed in my mother's mind like a curse. In America, it had generally remained hidden from view until you dug beneath the surface of things, until you visited an Indian reservation or spoke to a black person whose trust you earned. But here, power was undistinguished, indiscriminate, naked, and so Lolo had made his peace with power, learned the wisdom of forgetting. Americans today are fortunate that the penalties for remembering our past, while real, are much less severe than in many other times and places. If we truly aspire to be the land of the free and the home of the brave, we should be able to examine the real history of the Star-Spangled Banner, and most importantly, the degree to which that history is still alive today. Our current difficulty in facing our path honestly and soberly strongly suggests that we are still a long way from laying it to rest. Whew. Man, I didn't mean to read that. God darn. Is anybody still here? Did everybody get run off? I'm sorry. Man. Darn, that thing was long. That thing was long. The driver says, wait a minute, breaking news. So we got two links to look at. First, we got to find Naya's and then the driver. Where did Naya's link go? There it is. All right, and I still got a couple of things I want to check out.
We're taking it down. With those words, Virginia Governor Ralph Northam announced that the state would take down the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The governor said the statue will be removed as soon as possible and will go into storage for the time being. Terry Moran joins us from Richmond, Virginia now with more. Terry, how big is this moment for not just Virginia, but also the rest of the country?
You know, Diane, it is an important moment, certainly for the city of Richmond and beyond for the country. This imposing statue of Robert E. Lee, the commanding general of the Army of Northern Virginia, the preeminent hero.
Didn't we see this already? Didn't we see that already? All right, the driver said he got breaking news. Check out this, Reggie. Unless I played the wrong link.
It's great to have you with us here on a Wednesday night. We are back from Houston tonight, where thousands came from all over to pay their respects to George Floyd, his family, remembering him as a gentle man, a loving father, an imperfect man, but saying his name will now stand for the push for change, for justice. And tonight, what we did not know about the officer with his knee to Floyd's neck, charged with murder now. How close was he to a plea deal, and why did it fall apart? And on Capitol Hill today, one of George Floyd's brothers telling lawmakers enough is enough, pleading with them to stop the pain of police brutality. breaking down, asking what was his brother's life worth. We have learned prosecutors and that former officer, Derrick Chauvin, were closing in on a deal on state murder and federal civil rights charges until the day before his arrest. Chauvin now faces up to 40 years behind bars if convicted on all charges. And tonight, as we come on the air, an urgent hunt now for a man who opened fire at a police station, a deputy wounded, shot in the face. Another person found shot dead nearby, and we have it all covered for you. We're going to begin with ABC's Alex Perez in Minneapolis again tonight.
Tonight, the stunning revelation as prosecutors mulled charges against fired Minneapolis police officer Derrick Chauvin. He was angling for a deal to plead guilty on federal civil rights charges and to murdering George Floyd. As prosecutors were walking up to the podium on May 28th, the deal had just fallen apart.
We thought we would have another development that I could tell you about. Unfortunately, we don't at this point.
Chauvin, charged with third-degree murder the next day, upgraded to second-degree the following week.
Mr. Floyd, what do you hope to tell the committee today?
Word of those negotiations coming as George Floyd's brother, Philanese, emotionally testified before lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
You don't do that to a human being. You don't even do that to an animal. His life mattered. All our lives matter. Black lives matter. I just wish I can get them back. Those officers, they get to live. For him to do something like that, it had to be premeditated, and he wanted to do that. And intentional. Yes, sir.
And tonight, those chants on the streets turning into demands for reform. Minneapolis Police Chief Madaria Arredondo, faced with the possibility his department could be disbanded, unveiling his own plans for change today, revealing the department will no longer negotiate their current contract with the police union, and new real-time technology to track cops accused of misconduct and intervene. Chauvin had 18 complaints against him, but was only disciplined twice.
Under these new rules,
You should have been done this.
what happened to someone like Chauvin who had all these complaints?
We could have intervened much earlier. If there were problematic behaviors that were brought to our attention right away, we could have made those appropriate measures.
Back on Capitol Hill, George Floyd's brother demanding more accountability for officers before anyone else is killed.
George wasn't hurting anyone that day. He didn't deserve to die over $20. I'm asking you, is that what a black man is worth? $20? This is 2020.
Don't y'all love when people say what I say? Don't you love it? Don't you love
Powerful
it?
testimony. And here's the demonstrators behind you there in Minneapolis tonight, Alex. And we also know there's late word that one of the other officers who was charged in this case, Thomas Lane, we remember he was on his fourth shift as an officer that night, a rookie. There's news on him this evening.
In your sweet glorious name, Jesus.
Well, David, according to jail records,
Thank you,
the
Lord
former
God the Father.
officer Thomas Lane was released from jail just a short time ago. Late this afternoon, he posted $750,000 bail and has been released. You'll remember that's the officer who in court shifted blame towards the veteran officer on the scene that night, Derrick Chauvin. Now, as for the changes here at the Minneapolis Police Department, the chief tells me today was just the beginning. He expects to make several announcements in the weeks ahead. David?
All right, Alex Perez leading us off again tonight. Alex, thank you.
Oh,
Hi,
man.
everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News.
You're not gonna flag us, sir. All right, y'all, let me hear it. Go on, let me hear it. I've been saying since day one. Killed that man over $20. You just heard his brother say it. His life wasn't worth more than $20. Every time I say it, I can see y'all flinch. Oh, he didn't post that money. The people in that daggone state that love them road cops posted that money. They want him to get back out there on the force. and put his knee in somebody else's neck. Anybody want to comment on that? That's right, Richard, $20. That man dead for $20. I don't even know him. But God darn it, if that man needed $20 that bad, I would have asked somebody, can y'all donate $20 so I can help out Mr. George Floyd? You know who posted it. The good old boys. He in that jail cell, keeping y'all safe. Keeping them ends in line. Come on, kick off the doske. And they gonna kick it out. Cause they afraid. They afraid the big black big man gonna come in their neighborhood and take their stuff. The big black man is gonna come up in their neighborhood and rape their daughters. Yeah, they always paid it. That's why they paid that $25,000 for Theo. They paid it. That's why that sheriff got all we watched the other day. Them jurors could have nailed him. But they said, oh no, he got to keep doing what he doing. I can go outside and not have to worry about seeing no ends. We got to protect them there, Chief. Come on, kick it out. Come on there. Johnson the third, kick off that money. Where you at, Jaws, buddy? You know you got it. Kick out that money. I guarantee you, if the McMichaels get bailed, somebody in that Facebook group gonna post it. He was protecting our neighborhood. Come on, y'all. Y'all got it. Kick it out. Now it said 1 down, 3 to go. Shoot. The driver says, yeah, they probably do got a secret GoFundMe. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. And that's the reason when you go to certain areas in your state, the people will come up to you and say, what you doing out here, boy? You'll say, I'm minding my business. Why do you care? Because you don't belong in my neighborhood. I pay to live out here, so I ain't got to see people like you. You go, whatever. They go, well, I'm going to call the police on you, boy. You say, go ahead, I ain't doing nothing. But guess what? When that cop get there, he going to rough you up and he going to send you back to the city. Because that's what they get paid for. Those are the people that posted that $750,000 bond. And they'll pay more. Now you said Candace owns a bail. This is something that is very controversial. It's very controversial. And my best friend is white. Whether she knows it or not, she's under that coverage. And unless I'm in her care, under her supervision, I'm not in that coverage. And for those of you that have white friends, when you go be around them, they are your coverage. And it's no different than when you had a slave owner and he had his slave with him. Long as he with the slave owner, everything is hunky-dory. But let him wander off by himself. Hey, boy, what you doing? Where your papers at? Now today in 2020, they say, where's your ID? Back then, you had to have papers to wander off by yourself. Today, they make you have a paper because you ain't got an ID. You can't cash a check. You can't do nothing. But back then, you had to have your papers. Your papers had to say that your owner allowed you to come to the store. He allowed you to walk off the plantation. He allowed you to go on a trip to Virginia or to go on a trip to North Carolina. You had to have papers. You didn't have the right papers. You were detained. Now, if you don't have the right address on that ID, if you don't have somebody white to vouch for you, what are you doing in the neighborhood, boy? And see, it's unsaid. It's unsaid. But if he was white in that neighborhood, you coming up here to steal something. What you up here for? You came over here to rob somebody? You belong down there in the trailer park. What you doing up here? But still up. I bet you there ain't $1 in it. What y'all want to put on it? If I go try to find it, I bet you ain't $1 in it. I bet you ain't $1 in it. I don't even know what it's called anymore. I think Archie helped me set it up. I don't even remember what it's called anymore. But I'm just saying, why is it okay for us to have to go around and be worried about being questioned where we going, but they can go all la-di-dee and trill up through the fields all they want. We decided to walk across. Hey, boy, what you doing in this field? The club over that way. What you over here in the field for? What you over here? You over here trying to steal some of these roses? You over here trying to steal some of these grapes off these trees? What you over here for? That's not the police job. But that's the job that they've been paid to do. Paid to do. Because there's some money coming to them. They get bonuses. They'll never admit it, but they get bonuses. They get favors because they protect the upper echelon. But the people that's being protected look you in your face like they ain't protected. And be like, why you ain't show up to work yesterday? I was down at the police station. Police station for what? Because I was in a good neighborhood. They go, oh, that never happened to me. How many stories can y'all find? I actually can tell you a story. You ain't got to go look. I can tell you a story. I had picked up a white man and from out the county. Not too far from the officer got ran over. Not too far at all. I mean, literally a mile. And I took him down into the city where y'all saw me go to the church that day. We was about 2 blocks over where I went to that church that time. Y'all remember? Right there at what is that? Milton and North Avenue. We were 2 blocks over, and The guy went, and there was an old white lady and there was an old man sitting on the steps. Soon as he came back, because he had walked off and came back, talked to them for a minute. Then he came back and got in the car. Police right there. Turn the engine off. I'm like, what? So I turned the engine off. Police yanked him out the car, shook him down. Now, he had put something under his tongue, and the cop didn't find it. And finally, he said, when the cop left, he said, all right, take me home. And I said, wow, what you do? He said, I went and got me some Percocets. I said, well, why'd you get pulled over? He said, because the cop said he was watching me because why would a white person be down here that wasn't a social worker? And it looked like he saw me take something, but he couldn't find it. And it was two white people sitting on the step. That's why I told you to park right here. And I told him, that's my mother and father. I can't come see my mother and father. And so I took him back. Uh-oh. Cops canceled by Paramount Network. Live PD return evaluated by A&E. Cops' 6-year run on Paramount Network and its predecessor has come to an end. Pulled last week in the aftermath of George Floyd's death, the series will not be coming back. Cops is not on the Paramount Network, and we don't have any current or future plans for its return, a Paramount spokesperson said. The long-running Cops premiered on Fox in 1989 and aired for 25 seasons. The show was resurrected in 2013 when Spike TV ordered new episodes. Spike TV rebranded as Paramount Network in 2018, with the docuseries carried over to the new network. Cops, whose 33rd season was slated to premiere Wednesday, has been off the air since June 1st, when it was pulled with no plans to run any additional episodes. Paramount Network has been moving away from all unscripted programming. A&E on June 5th pulled last week's episodes of its hit docuseries Live PD amid continued nationwide protests over Floyd's death. The network is still evaluating the right time to bring it back, though a return this weekend appears unlikely at the moment. Oh no, I know a lot of people that like that. Check that out, y'all. No more cops. There any other links? Wait a minute, I'm getting confused here. Hold on a sec. Let me check out this one. Is that what I just played? Man.
Halted the removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee in Richmond. The judge issued a temporary 10-day injunction Monday. It came days after Virginia Governor Ralph Northam ordered the monument be taken down as soon as possible amid mass protests against racial injustice.
But make no mistake, removing a symbol is important, but it's only a step. It doesn't mean problems are solved. There are still monuments of inequities that exist in our Commonwealth and in this country. We still need change in this country. We need healing.
A man named William Gregory wants the statue to remain where it is. In a lawsuit filed against Northam, Gregory argues the state of Virginia promised to faithfully guard and affectionately protect the statue when it annexed the land it sits on back in 1890. The lawsuit reads in part, Gregory's family has taken pride for 130 years in this statue resting upon land belonging to his family and transferred to the Commonwealth in consideration of the Commonwealth contractually guaranteeing to perpetually care for and protect the Lee Monument.
You stole that land. Shut up.
That blocking the statue's removal until he can hear full arguments from both sides does little harm to the state. A spokeswoman for Northam said he remains committed to removing the statue. For Newsy, I'm Catherine Beek.
Hey, Papa D. Did I play that one? We played that one, right?
Mourners here in Houston honor the life of George Floyd. In Minneapolis tonight, CBS News is learning new details about the former police officer charged in his death. A co-worker tells CBS News the two men worked together at a nightclub, and he says they had a history of not getting along. Jeff Begaze is in Minneapolis tonight with that new reporting. Jeff?
Nora, George Floyd died here, and that's why you still have this massive memorial filling this intersection behind me. And even in the rain, people are coming out to see it. And our reporting today shows that the victim in this case and the officer at the center of the investigation crossed paths in another location too, a nightclub. Tonight, CBS News is learning new information about George Floyd and Derrick Chauvin from a man who worked security with both of them at this nightclub in Minneapolis. Co-worker David Penny is breaking his silence, telling us that the two men had a history. What kind of history?
They bumped heads.
How?
It has a lot to do with Derrick being extremely aggressive within the club with some of the patrons, which was an issue.
The Floyd family says it believes what happened on May 25th was in part personal. Is there any doubt in your mind that Derrick Chauvin knew George Floyd?
No, he knew him.
How well?
We interfaced with the officers.
How well did he know him?
I'd say pretty well.
Maya Santa Maria, the owner of the now torched club, described how Chauvin treated black patrons when she talked to us for the upcoming CBS News special, Justice for All. Do you think Derrick had a problem with black people?
I think he was afraid and intimidated.
By black folks?
Yeah.
As the investigation continues, other cities across the country are considering police reforms. Today, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo said that he would support sweeping reform measures in his state, including a ban on police chokeholds.
It's not just a moment to express outrage. It's a moment to do something about it and to make real reform and real change.
City officials here in Minneapolis are discussing the possibility of defunding or dismantling the police department here. But even those who are in support of this idea still don't know exactly what that means at this time. Nora.
Jeff Begaze, thank you.
Man, I get tired of being right. I get tired of being right, y'all. It's ridiculous now. I should have 1 million subs. I told y'all. Y'all didn't believe me. I said I told you. I told you they knew each other, and I told you. But y'all said, no, he didn't. I told you. You can tell by that man's attitude, he did not like George Floyd. I told you that he is a cop, Derrick Chauvin, and Floyd was just some guy off the street, some in off the street, but he could get along with those customers. He could get along with those customers. I guarantee you George Floyd could calm down a customer with his mouth faster than Derrick Chauvin could do with a gun and a taser. And that's why he didn't like him. I'm the cop, but why everybody want to go to him? I'm the cop, why everybody listen to him? God darn it, I'm a cop and a security guard. Don't you understand? I'm both. He's only one. Why the hell do you listen to him? Why do you take his leadership? Take my leadership. I told y'all he was jealous. And I want y'all to let this marinate. Before anybody type anything, I want you to let this marinate for a minute. For all the people that say that George Floyd was a junkie, that George Floyd did meth, that George Floyd drank, that George Floyd made a porno movie, this white police officer was jealous of George Floyd. Somebody talk to me. I told y'all that. Y'all didn't want this. I told you. Because there's no way in the world that that's your co-worker. And I told y'all this. You walk over there and you find out what's going on, and you find out it's $20. His response should have been, hey, wait a minute, I work with this guy, let him out. He worked with me, the security. Let him out. He ain't no criminal. What'd he do? Oh, they crying about a fake $20 bill. Look, I'm going to go take them $20 and I'll get it back from George at the club. Next time we work together, I'll get my $20 back. I got this, y'all. Let him go, Floyd. Go ahead and get in the ambulance. Wait for the ambulance, Floyd. Uncuff him. Sit here, Floyd. Wait for the ambulance. Let the ambulance take him. That's what I would have done as a human being. I told y'all that long. I've been said that. So now we know. I already knew, but now y'all know because I told you. This isn't news to y'all because I told you. So come on and type in and give little comments, but I told you. Don't you get tired of me being right? The little fat man in Baltimore is right on everything. Y'all get all worked up, and I'm just sitting here. Come on, somebody. Nobody want to come in with no comments. I told y'all this from the beginning. The video's up. Told you from the beginning. I told y'all that Roddy Williams, the cameraman for Ahmaud Arbery, I told you that he let that footage go because it made the Michaels look bad and made him look like it wasn't innocent, but he didn't show the whole video. Oh, no, he didn't. Yeah, he's talking about that. Yeah. Now we find out it's more video. And then we find out that not only because the video that he have, he does redirect Ahmaud Arbery. But it don't look like much. But now we know he was doing it minutes before. He came out of his place and tried to block the man. Then we find out that it's a dent on his truck, that there are handprints on the truck because he hit Ahmaud Arbery. And there are cotton fibers on the truck at that exact spot. But he said he had nothing to do with it. Then how did he make contact with Ahmaud Arbery's body? Because he bumped him and made him turn around and run the other way. That's how. Well, you don't know what you're talking about, Dan. Yeah. Remember the guy that came in and said, I ain't know what I was talking about? And then we just broke him down. I told y'all that they had an issue. And I know because I had the same issue. When a former police officer was brought down to do security, And he used to hate me because I didn't have the problems that he did. Because even though I was considered like a nerd that was street smart. You know what I mean? I wasn't considered a thug. But they'll tell you, I get out there and box with the best of them. I had that respect. He wouldn't do that. Yeah, I'll call for backup. Yeah, don't forget I'm a police officer. You know, and realizing that them young folk hate the police. Yeah, he hit him with the truck. Remember we showed the video night? How you gonna be friends with people that fear the police and then you one of them? Soon as they do something, hey, I'm gonna call the police on you. I ain't gotta call the police. And I'm gonna go ahead and call Officer Rodriguez and Officer something to come over here. And then you expect them to respect you. That's probably what he was doing. He declared, yeah, I told you not to touch that stripper. Don't make me have to call some boys on you. And then when something go down, they don't come to him. They gonna go to somebody who they can relate to and who they can trust. We've shown George Floyd on video. George Floyd has a personality. I guarantee you, Derek Chauvin ain't got no personality. He probably one of those nervous, act like he got something up his butt. You're gonna do what I say, okay? All right? It's gonna go my way. All right? Now I said, I'm gonna keep my knee on his neck, and I'm not taking it off until I want to. You can't make me. I work for y'all, and y'all telling me to stop, but you can't tell me what to do. I got me a Chinese wife. Ha! I'm better than you. And I got this bag and I got this gun. So there. Yeah, he hit him with the truck. Nah, you gave me the link. You ever forgot that quick? When we covered the trial, there's a dent on Roddy's truck. Handprints where somebody was trying to do like this. And cotton fibers. The same cotton fibers that matched the shirt that Ahmaud Arbery was wearing. But he on TV, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. What have I been arrested for? Really? That's why I love doing these stories. Naya said, this is what happens when he skipped out of Bible study. We're going to do the Bible study tomorrow. Did I get everybody links? Is there still somebody link I ain't got? Because I got stuff to show y'all too. But this was breaking news right here. This was breaking news. It wasn't breaking news to us because I already told you. It's just like when everybody was talking about what was going to happen last year with the YouTube, and they was going to get rid of the roast sector, and everybody that had bad videos was going to be gone. Everybody was making videos, and everybody looking there, oh, YouTube going to take my channel, and all. And I'm sitting here telling y'all it ain't got nothing to do with y'all. It's about Google. Google bought YouTube. And Google, and y'all have seen me show y'all. I have shown y'all. If we go look on Google and we look for mobility scooters, the next time we go on Google, they're going to be showing us mobility scooters. Y'all know I was looking for masks. How many times y'all watch the show, y'all have seen the mask pop up on the screen? How many times have y'all seen stuff that I talk about show up when we go look at something? That's Google. Google is the troublemaker. It ain't got nothing to do with the content creator. So now, Google don't want children on YouTube. They made a kids YouTube. Why is that? Because Google want to keep tracking you where you go and want to keep offering you stuff because the people give them money. The advertisers give them a kickback. That's how they make most of their money. So they're not going to give it up. Now they're going to pay $170 million to the FCC and then they're going to stop. But if you get flagged, or better yet, if you allow a child to watch your content and the FCC find out about it or their parents say something about it, you're going to have to kick out $40,000. Because YouTube and Google ain't going to pay it no more. But they ain't going to stop doing what they're doing. They better kick the kids off of YouTube and give them their own. They don't want kids on YouTube. And that's sad. They're making that much money. We don't even want the kids. Give them their own too. We don't even want kids on here. So if you're going to advertise the kids, you ain't going to make no money. Because we're not going to push it. We're not going to advertise it. We're not going to advertise it. We're not going to put it in circulation. We're not going to notify your subscribers. Then nobody going to know you live. Nobody going to know you made a video. So if you actually hit "This is made for children," you have no chance of getting that video pushed out. Only your hardcore people are going to know about it because they know to go look. Rather than just stop doing it. But they're making so much money doing it, they're not going to stop. I told y'all the whole time. We were sitting here. I have a video saying, I'm waiting for the ball to drop. Y'all remember that video we sat here and we waited for the ball to drop? We was waiting. We was sitting here waiting. We was on a small channel. We wasn't on the big channel. And we sitting here waiting for the ball to drop. A ball that I told you wasn't going to happen. And everybody's still here. But if you watch me, you knew that. You watch other people, you were like, oh no, I'm scared to even go live because it's the first day. No, December 10th, no. Did I get everybody links? Was there anybody link? I forgot. Did I get this one?
Mourners here in Houston honor the life of George Floyd in Minneapolis tonight. CBS News is learning new details.
Yeah, we already saw that one. I told y'all I told you that they knew each other and that he was jealous of George Floyd. Y'all thought I was crazy. Video's up. Go back and look. For all the haters, go back and look. Anybody in here that's a hater, go get your feelings hurt. All right, y'all, let's turn it up a notch. Y'all ready? Let's turn it up a notch. I Googled this after talking with somebody today, and let's get it. Why do so many white people deny the existence of white privilege? They're surrounded by pieces of the puzzle, but can't put them together. Let's get it. Team Westport a town-sponsored diversity committee in predominantly white Westport, Connecticut, recently caused an uproar by sponsoring an essay contest for high school students. An essay contest? How could something so innocuous incite anyone? But this was no ordinary contest. No, it was one that asked students to gasp, consider white privilege, and search for any marks it may have left upon their lives. One resident of this wealthy Manhattan suburb, Barry Reiner, 72, denounced the contest as offensive. It's an open town, Reiner told the Associated Press. There are no barricades here. Nobody says if you're black or whatever, you can't move here. That is the white enclave, that this white enclave permits a black or whatever person to reside there. This proves nothing about white privilege. Of course, denying white privilege by misunderstanding the concept. Well, that song has blared throughout American history. This land is ripe with bereaved Reiners. This ordeal led me to ponder another question relevant to our race conversation. To the extent such a conversation takes place, why do the white folk who deny white privilege think that way? The answer, I believe, is that American culture conditions white folk to not fully grasp how society privileges them. They are surrounded by pieces of the puzzle, but they have been miseducated on how to complete the image that portrays their racial group in an unflattering light. Many white people rebut the notion that white privilege augments their lives. That's because they consume the world in a specific manner, through what sociologist Joe Fagan calls the white racial frame. Think of a frame as a process by which people take in new information, sift through the data, sort the important from the unimportant, and decide how to feel about it. Fagan argues that American culture has taught whites to believe they represent the intellectual and cultural vanguard, to conclude that racial inequalities cannot be traced to their past or present behavior, and to view their dominant status, their privilege, as natural and yet invisible. An example of how white people view their privilege as natural and invisible appears in Audie Russell's Hashaw's book, Strangers in Their Own Land. She interviews working class and middle class white people in Louisiana and learns they're disenchanted with their government and no longer recognize their country. They feel as if black folk, other minorities, immigrants, and refugees have cut ahead of them in line, meaning the government caters to others before them. The line cutting angers them, although they never question why they should occupy the first position. That implicit assumption, I should be tended to before all others, encapsulates how they view white privilege as natural and invisible. The white folk who most view the world through the white racial frame will interpret events to defend racial injustice and a whites on top racial hierarchy. The wealth of evidence demonstrating police officers often brutalize black people, for instance, establishes that black people deserve the blame. The white racial frame deludes white folks into believing the system is operating as it should when it advantages them and disadvantages people of color. Believing the system when the system favors them warrants vociferous defense and has become a cultural family heirloom, much like grandma's pearl necklace or grandpa's gold pocket watch. Thus, when many white people hear requests to scout their lives for signs of white privilege, they are being asked to execute a mental routine they have been trained to perform poorly. White privilege is unconscious, considered both normative and normal, meaning the system should privilege them, and the daily privileges they receive never register as special. Instead of knowledge and acceptance of white privilege, many white people display ignorance. What is this privilege of which you speak? I do not detect a hint of it. Perhaps you are being lifted by a race-based privilege, because surely it is not I. Such ignorance becomes a tool of racial domination. By denying the unfairness, white folk never had to confront it. Charlie Mills, in his book, The Racial Contract, argues that this ignorance produces the ironic outcome that whites will, in general, be able to understand the world they themselves have made. This country was built on privileged whites over non-whites. But this truth has been lost because many white people have programmed their antennas to disregard that signal. White folk who do not detect white privilege have learned to neither reflexively disregard evidence of their privilege nor twist it into proof against its existence. Only a minority of the population, sadly, has reprogrammed itself in this way. Some contend that working class white folk should not be expected to perceive their privilege. The well-to-do, so the argument goes, obviously reap these benefits, and therefore criticizing the wealthy who fail to reckon with their privilege is proper. White people living paycheck to paycheck, however, shouldn't be excused for their denials. Detecting it proves too hard for them, considering that we talk about white privilege in ways that would confound anyone in their circumstance. J.D. Vance, the author of Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of an economically struggling and largely white small town in Ohio, articulated a version of this thesis in a podcast with Vox's Ezra Klein. Vance invoked the hypothetical son of an unemployed West Virginia coal miner who resides in an all-white economic wasteland. This son, confined to a pocket of poverty, takes no hint of his supposed privilege. Thus, Vance told Klein, if you're asking him to check his privilege, you're asking just too much from basic human cognition. That kid cannot look at his life and say a group of people that he doesn't understand, that he doesn't even interact a lot with day to day, that their lives are much worse than his. And I think that's one of the things that the modern discourse around racial privilege and racial disadvantages misses. In the International Review piece, Vance bolstered the claim that the white working class inhabit a world that increasingly obscures white privilege from their field of vision. The privileges that matter, that is, the ones they see, are vanishing because of destitution. The privilege to pay for college without bankruptcy. The privilege to work a decent job. The privilege to put food on the table without the aid of food stamps. The privilege not to learn of yet another classmate's premature death. But Vance's argument is wanting. For one, American culture, not impoverishment, has taught white folks to misunderstand white privilege. Individual white people shoulder no responsibility for creating white privilege, but denying its presence prolongs its lifespan, and that does warrant criticism. Granting the white working class this moral reprieve absolves them from culpability. To understand that white privilege is real, only requiring believing people of color when we tell our stories. And belief is not contingent upon socioeconomic status. The white working class hear these stories, but many choose to disregard them and castigate minorities for blaming the white man for all problems. Now, some might respond that the white working class has its own story, one imbued with struggle. That story rings true. People born into economic turmoil regardless of race face tough times indeed. But the two stories don't conflict. Pre-Civil War, when poverty captured lots of white folk in its vast net, white privilege was nonetheless a strong force. Not because the white skin protected against deceit into poverty, but rather because it ensured white folk would never endure a range of negative experiences inflicted upon only people of color. Then it was slavery. Then it was something else. The coal miner's son will never sit down on his bed, parents standing over him, faces stamped with worry as they explain how to survive a police encounter. That coal miner's son, once he decides to leave his parents' home, will harbor no fears of being denied an apartment because of his race. If he decides to participate in politics, he will never worry about a state legislator trying to stop people who look like him from voting. Right now, as the evidence of the white supremacist learnings of a presidential advisor comes pouring out of their respective closets, that coal miner's son can watch events unfold without personal fear of his own government. That issue is not that some white people lack a proper vantage point to see their privilege, but from their vantage point, they have chosen to avert their gaze. Vance, in his National Review piece, invoked the phrase, "check your privilege," and although the coal miner's son has likely never been told that, the phrase has fallen from a lot of lips recently, particularly on college campuses. I must confess I believe it to be an unfruitful conversation starter. Check your privilege, after all, is a command and robust dialogue, rarely commences with demanding that the audience complete a task. But I doubt most black people summon the check your privilege mantra to convince listeners. Civil rights activist and poet James Weldon Johnson once wrote, "The colored people of this country know and understand the white people better than the white people know and understand them. Black folk for self-preservation have become self-taught Caucasian anthropologists." Tracy McMillan Cotton, a sociology professor at Virginia Commonwealth University, endorsed this point when writing that black folk have learned to anticipate white people's emotions and fear and grievances because their issues are singularly our problem. Because we, to use Cotton's phrase, know our whites. We know full well they won't check their privileges simply because we tell them to. Privileged checkers likely pursue a more emotionally thrilling mission, basking in the sweet catharsis of telling white people just how we feel about them. Consequently, Vance is right. The white privilege conversation is featuring glaring imperfections, and that might push a person to conclude that some portion of the problem is that we talk about privilege in the wrong way. In the future, wise thinkers might devise more persuasive arguments to convince white people about their privilege, but many will still choose ignorance over knowledge until they resolve to see the world as it is, not how they imagine it to be. Anybody have any comments? What are you talking about, the driver? You said TS last year has been so many times. What are you talking about, the driver? Explain yourself, sir. And does anybody have any comments on what we just read? I told y'all when I went to school, people thought I was crazy. And I made them think that way. I would beat poles up, headbutt lockers, knee and kick things. People thought I was crazy, so they left me alone. I actually was sitting on the bus and somebody outside actually put a silver handgun to my head. I just looked at him. So people thought I was crazy. Well, I came across, there was a young man because the school was placed near the county line. I mean, the school was literally a quarter mile from the county line. So, y'all know that they're not gonna leave. Yeah. Some white people, even though black folk are moving out there, they're not gonna leave. And one of my best friends at the time, he was a little nerdy, scrawny thing. But he was my best friend. We were cool. And he had a friend, and he became a friend. And they would follow me around. And they would want me to walk with them everywhere. And it was the weirdest thing. They were scared. But this is the thing. Most of the black people were scared to touch them. They could have ran the daggone floor. But in their mind, they were scared. They were the only 2 white kids on that whole floor. A floor of 300 students. They were the only white kids. We saw the black teachers bending over backwards to make sure they got what they needed, but they didn't see that. I used to love to go to, I told y'all, I used to love to go to Hershey Park, King's Dominion, Great Adventures, when we went on school trips. Because they always had, they would take care of you. Wherever they went, I went. They were so afraid of being robbed. So afraid of being bullied. So afraid to be messed with. Now, I was just out there back in 2017, and a lot more black people have moved out there. But when I was going to school, it wasn't a lot of black people out there. Once you got past this apartment complex, it was really a complex of townhomes. Once you got past that, it was 90% white, all the way out. So that meant if somebody had to beat them up and they ran home crying, it might have been 300 students on that floor. But they could have came back with 300 adults like that. But they didn't see that. They didn't understand that. I would try to tell them. You know that once you hit Frederick Road, now you go to the left, it's 90% black. But if you go to the right, it's 90% white all the way out to Howard County, all the way out to Frederick County, all the way out to Dorchester County, all the way out to Carroll County, all the way out to Cecil County. Do y'all understand what I'm saying to you? If you go this way toward the city, because we was at the county line, you go this way toward the city, okay? And you go back down Frederick Road, Yeah, it's 90% black. That 90% black go all the way down until you hit downtown, and that's it. But the other way, because then when you cross over, the white people move back around the harbor, and so they start on the other side of Martin Luther King, right? And then you got Pigtown. But you go everything else for about 50 miles, 60, 70, 80, 90 miles, going all the way to D.C., Prince George's County, Montgomery County, D.C., Virginia, all white. Why were they afraid? I'm just asking. Why were they afraid? You had people that were scared of home. You had white people that were scared to go to Harbor Place, even though they got security down there. They got the police down there. They got all them bars full of white people drinking. In Harbor Place, black people work there. Very few shop. Why would you be scared to go down there? To this day, I ain't been in the Ruth Chris. Y'all saw what happened to the black man in Greece that was in the bar? They chased him and stoned him to death in 7 seconds. They don't realize. Black folk don't mess with white folk. I don't know where y'all live at. Where I live at, they don't. If I'm walking down a dark street and a white woman walking down a dark street, I'm going to be the one to cross over. I'm going to say, hi, keep right on going. How you doing, man? And keep right on going. I'm not going to go, hey, you sure look cute there with them blue eyes. No, I'm going to be gone. And she still might call the police and say, that ain't talk to me. Yeah, lady says you pulled her up. I said hi to her as I went by, and I crossed the street, officer, and gave her the right of way. Well, she still said, like, you get up my face. She still said, that's white privilege. They don't see it. Oh, I think we're being flagged, y'all. Somebody flagging us. I think somebody trying to flag us. Somebody trying to flag. We'll go to another channel, you dumbass. You ain't hurt nobody. Somebody's trying to flag. They wasting their time. I'll just fight it and beat it. We'll go on another channel before I even finish this rhyme. Why would you want to flag when I'm telling the truth? How many white people will I see at the House of Ruth? It won't be many. That I can tell you. Because I used to work there. Somebody trying to flag. You see the title of this? Come tell the truth. Don't be in the comment section. Don't flag the show. Come in here and say what you got to say. If you ain't got the courage, then keep quiet and go about your business. Go over there and watch somebody else. Go watch people hollering and screaming at each other. We talking about real issues here. I haven't told you anything I made up. That's what people get mad about. I tell you stuff that I've seen, that I've experienced. Now, I can't speak for these young folk, but I can tell you when I was young, it never occurred for me to hit a white person. Never came across my mind. We didn't see that many of them, but when we did, we knew to leave them alone. Because if you didn't, the boys will be coming. And if the boys don't come, then the mob coming. And who gonna stop the mob? Who gonna stop a mob of white people? That's why they still out there in Minnesota every night. You know why? Because white folks are there. They were black folk, they've been cleaning them out. It's white folk there. When they came last Saturday, and they gassed them people, well, why are you gassing the white people? They didn't burn anything down. Well, they didn't go home. So guess what? They never came back. You can't be gassing white people. That's why they didn't come back. That's why they still sitting out there at that memorial site till today. But they supposed to go home at 10 o'clock, but they still there. And yeah, it's some Indians there, it's some Orientals there, it's some Arabians there, it's some black people there. The majority of them are white. Well, you can't be doing that. You can't be gassing. You were gassing my little Megan. You sat there and were shooting rubber bullets at my Amy. This is enough. The blacks ain't even going there no more. They ain't been no more rioting. Why are you shooting our children? That's called white privilege. How you doing, Jesse Jane? Welcome, stranger. You have any comments? That's the reason why Red didn't stay out there. He was like, man, ain't nothing going on out here. Ain't nothing but a bunch of white kids sitting out here. They not gonna do nothing. That's why he went on left. He ain't even stay for the funeral. That man out here. I guarantee you, if somebody covering it right now, you go there, you're gonna see a bunch of white folks sitting there. They built the barricade on both ends of the street, made a wall. And I'm sitting there like, you really think they gonna come there and know that it's most of y'all there? Because I can tell you, the first night, when they brought in the state police and the National Guard and they started shooting, the black folk went home. And the white folk were like, where you going? Why are you leaving? We gotta stay. Like, you stay, we go. And they sat there and waited. They never came back. They put a fence up the next day, fenced up all the areas that got burnt up, and left them in one little memorial spot. And they were going to take that back. And somebody said, no, you're not going to hurt our children. They're not rioting no more. Let them be. That was privilege. Now, had there not been no white folk out there, oh man, they would have cleaned that place out. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. We'll debate that all day. We'll debate that all day. Because that white privilege ain't the same in New York City. It ain't the same in LA. It ain't the same in DC. President Trump said, I don't care what color he is, I'm coming outside. Get him out of here. It's different levels. That old man that got pushed down, he didn't get maced. He didn't get the billy club. They pushed him. He just happened to fall down. That was somebody black. They beat the crap out of him. Yeah, that's privilege. Somebody come debate me. I challenge you. Come debate me. For every example you bring, I'll go on the internet and find 50. For every example you bring, I'll bring 50 to shut you down. This is something that was set up by their great-great-great-great-grandparents years ago. And this society is built around protecting their children, making sure their children first in line for everything, and they have a right that they don't see because it's always been there. But they don't see it. If they beat up somebody black in the middle of the street, the cops gonna look for 1 day, 2 days maybe, and then forget about it. Let them do that to somebody white. Let somebody white walk down my street right now. The police will be here, the federal government will be, they won't get this case up. It'll be 5 years, they still trying to find out who did it. And when they can't find out no information by just asking, that's when they're gonna start sending out the rogue cops. They're gonna send the rogue cops out to start beating people who they think might know. But they're gonna find out who did it. And somebody's gonna sit in that jail cell. That's privilege. You would have to really do something for a minority to put his hands on a white person. But they don't see it. For those of you that don't want to admit it, some of y'all done went to college. Some of y'all work at jobs and you work with white people. Stop and think for a second. How many times has a white person vouched for you? Just think for a minute. Any time in your life has somebody white vouched for you? Be honest. Have you ever been around a group of white people, y'all having a good time, and somebody walk up and look at you real funny? And one of the white people will say, he good, he with us. And they go, oh, okay, and keep going. Happened to me many a time. Y'all don't see it, don't you? You lying. And I learned how to use it. What's going on, Dave? I learned how to use it. Something go down. You don't have to take my word for it. Ask him. He'll tell you we didn't do nothing. So, is that true, James? Yes, we didn't do nothing. All right, James said he didn't do nothing. Let's go, y'all. It wasn't him. Let's go. Come on. If you tell me you've never done that, you're a lie. If you tell me you've never done that, you're a lie. Who told you you could do this? I am so mad. I'm ready to fire all of you. Who told you to do this? This is not the way I want it done. The guy you made supervisor over all of us. Right there, he did it. Did you really do that? Johnson, you really did that? Yeah, this was all my idea. Well, in that case, all right, y'all got your jobs. All right, get back to work. If y'all tell me y'all have never experienced that in your life, you's a lie. If you are a minority and you have never used white privilege to get over or get out of a situation, you're lying. I remember one time, cop told me you didn't stop at that stop sign. I said, man, you can't see that stop sign. He said, I'm gonna write you a ticket. I said, officer, because I knew. I had two co-workers that were coming. They came the same way and we both all going to work. They were gonna come by. I said, watch. And we sat there. And sure enough, Julie came by, ran the stop sign. Sure enough, Justin came by, not Timberlake, but Justin ran the stop sign. I said, are you going to go get them? Because you didn't see me, but we both sat here and watched them. You going to go get them? He was like, all right, I'm going to make a note to the city and tell them to move them trees so that stop sign is more relevant. And maybe they should put something in the ground. Yeah, he wasn't going to get them. And I got out of it. Yeah, by taking advantage of the white privilege. Y'all get mad all you want. I'm telling you what I have done in my life. Don't tell me what somebody else said. I'm telling you what I've been through. What you mean? Already sang it. You had to rewind the show back. Already sang it. Yeah. If you want to go someplace nice and you don't want to be harassed, the best thing you could do is bring somebody right along. It's the saddest thing. It's the saddest thing. Most white people think that black people like to head them around because they act to have more money. No, it ain't. There ain't no better alibi than to have somebody white with you. I guarantee you, the case that we saw the other day when we played the video, when the two boys were walking home from that mart, if they had somebody white with them, and that white person would have said, this will be the whole time, officer, they didn't have no fight, didn't have nothing to do with anything. They wouldn't even got frisked. Due to that white privilege. Because see, two black men walking down the street at night is suspicious to a cop. Now they walking with somebody white. Growing up, I loved to hang with white people. You didn't get bothered. You could go out and have fun and not get bothered. You could play loud music in a quiet neighborhood. You had somebody white in the car. Hey, y'all playing that? They go, hey, officer. Hey, I know you. You Harvey's son. Yeah. We ain't doing nothing wrong, officer. All right, we'll turn the music down a little bit. Y'all just got too loud. And y'all go ahead and have a good time. All right, officer, have a good night. Yeah, that's called privilege. Without him sitting there, we might have got beat up behind the alley with the Billy Club. Playing that daggone devil music in the quiet white neighborhood. Yeah, we gonna show them. Bet you nobody don't come back here no more. We gonna take y'all behind the gas station and beat you up a little bit. Bet you won't come back here behind that music no more. But you got somebody white with you. Hey, especially if it's a guy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, you somebody clean cut? You invincible. You almost invincible to racism. Invincible. I can tell you right now. I ain't never done it a day in my life, but if I wanted to break in someplace, I'd bring somebody white. You see the cops roll up, you hide the burglary gear, sit out there and chill. What y'all doing out here? Oh, we just hanging out, man. Just enjoying the stars. Yeah. They get the flashlight and look at you. They see one of your white. Y'all go on home now. And hey, Chucky, tell your mother I said hi. Love those brownies she baked. And you go home. Yeah. They don't see it. But we see it. Somebody try to flag us again, y'all. I'm gonna prove it to y'all. Y'all see that green light? Do y'all see that green light? Has it moved? Has that green light moved? That says we all green, baby. Has that green light changed color? We're only using 11.5 cents out of 100% of the PC. I'm using QuickSync. We're using 24 frames a second. No, we're using, wait a minute. I'll be using 24 or 25, because I saw it go to 25. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we're using 25 frames a second. We're using PAL. 25 frames a second. And it keep going between 24 and 25. That's what you want. Movie theaters use 24. I keep telling you. Now, it don't help with fast movement. Oh my goodness, is my hand doing that? That's because the other light not on. It must have blown out. So we still green. We ain't changed a bit. So why somebody keep trying to flag us? Stop wasting your energy trying to flag. If somebody don't like what I'm saying, come get me. Oh man, I let it freeze, didn't I? Doggone it. Hold on a second, y'all. I let it freeze. Oh no! Please don't be frozen. Yeah. This ain't like the other one. I let it freeze. Ain't nothing I can do about it. It's frozen. God darn. Yeah. Ain't nothing I can do about it, y'all. That boy frozen. I got my A&W. I don't know why somebody keep I don't know why somebody keep trying to freeze us. I mean, trying to flag us. Why? come in here and tell me what I'm saying is wrong. We sat there and watched the video yesterday, where they had the black young dude with the Mercedes at the gas station. They handcuffed him. Never gave him a reason to why he was handcuffed. Then you had the Hispanic dude saying something. They came, body slammed him. Y'all remember? But the white dude with the camera, and you stay over there. I'm over here, boy. They gonna try to arrest me. They already got my friend, and they ain't got my friend with the car. They wasn't gonna bother you, sir. Because you had that shield of white privilege. But everybody else went down. Everybody else went down. Who saw that video? Was you here, Naya? Am I lying? They ain't bother that dude. The video we saw that we got flagged on. The two white guys down there at the police station filming. They had been told to move from one side of it. They came over to the other side. They had, 12 police cars out there? Ain't not one of them officers touch him. Let all them officers come out there with somebody black. Nah, but we gonna find something on them. God darn it. You ain't waste all our time. We gonna get something. Oh. You better find something. You ain't got us out here in the heat looking stupid. You better find something. They out there just as nonchalant. Hey, can I get my lighter to light my cigar? You don't see black people shaking in their boots. Am I going home tonight? Are they gonna beat me up? They sitting there and getting like my cigar. He's sitting there talking and shooting the breeze. There go another one. There go another one. He moving all around with it. Let us move around. Hey boy, who that move? That's privilege. What the hell was that? No, they be right here. Hang on a second, y'all. I thought I heard something. All right, y'all. Let's take one more look here. All right, this is another link that popped up to my question. Living in a racist society is making us stupid. We're surrounded by stupid ideas about race and even stupid ideas of how to talk about it. It is an aspect of that sense of superiority that the white people of America believe they have so little to learn. Martin Luther King Jr. Hundreds of years after establishing a nation based on colonial genocide and chattel slavery, people are kind of, sort of, maybe, possibly waking up to the sad reality that our racial politics are still garbage. But as our society increasingly confronts the social realities of race, we are faced with a barrage of confusing developments. For instance, how could the same country Oh, snap! The soda busting. That's what it is. Oh, Lord. You know you're wrong for that. I ain't but you know you're wrong for that. You know you're wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing, but you know you're wrong. Come on, give me some hot water. Where's the mop? God, no. They won't give me no hot water, baby. Oh, Lord, we gotta. That's what I get. You shouldn't have bought it. You know you was gonna pay the price. You know you was gonna pay the price. Person should have been allowed to do it once, but nope. We got nailed. We got nailed, baby. And it's still leaking. The more I try to close it, the more it's trying to leak out. It's still leaking. And I'm gonna put some water down here so it'll be all sticky. I'm gonna put some soapy water down here. Hey, why you running, baby? Oh yeah, I forgot. Cat scared of water. Oh, you had to deal with this girl. I'm glad I swept the floor earlier. Anyway, I don't want it to get sticky. All right. Go all the way. We're gonna get sticky. Don't want the floor to be sticky. It's still leaking. Well, might as well while I'm it's damn shame. Man, it's hot this bathroom. God no. Hurry up. Wash your hands. You gotta get back to the show. Is it still leaking? Are you still leaking inside? Damn shame. Ridiculous. I said it is ridiculous. Oh shit. Let me go ahead and fix that right now. Because it's my fault. Put that over there. Yeah, you actually got food in this refrigerator. Well, let me have it, bitch. Just let me have it. I know. Too much to ask, right? All right, y'all. Here I come. I'm sorry. Yeah. I lost everybody. What's leaking? Well, y'all know for the first time, in probably about 6 months. I actually bought a soda. And I put it in the freezer. And I was letting it get good and I forgot about it. So I brought it out, sat it down so it could thaw. Right? Let it thaw. I kept hearing this, and y'all saw me get up and go check the door. Even Davey got up and was like, what the heck is that? I looked down, I got a pool of diet soda on the floor. It's just sizzling out the cat. The cat wouldn't even hold it. That's what I get. I shouldn't have got it. So I guess that's the world saying you don't need it. So I went on and poured it out. So, it is what it is. I can't have it. That's a sign. That's a sign. I don't need it. Matter of fact, I need to go ahead and make me a new mix. Let me play a song for y'all. I'm going to give me a powder mix of the A&W. Give me a second, y'all. Let me put a song on for you. Daggone shame. Alright, y'all, I just made this. It's gonna be warm as I don't know what, but I deal with it. Hey. Bum, bum, bum. Come on. Alrighty, y'all. That's my only song I did in MIDI. Some people can't make a song without MIDI. I just tried it once and one time only. That's why it don't sound like nothing in my other songs. Hundreds of years after establishing a nation based on colonial genocide and chattel slavery, people are kind of, sort of, maybe possibly waking up to the sad reality that our racial politics are still garbage. But as our society increasingly confronts the social realities of race, we are faced with a barrage of confusing developments. For instance, how could the same country that twice voted for an Ivy League educated black president end up electing an overt racist who can barely string together two coherent sentences? Why do white liberals who can't even confront their Trump-supporting friends and family members think they can lead the resistance? Why do Democrats who didn't care about mass deportations or the treatment of Muslims under Obama suddenly care now that a Republican is in charge? Why does the Rat Common think that we can all get over race by extending a hand in love, while black and brown people are being crushed by systemic white supremacy? Why does Don Lemon still have a job? Why does Rachel Dolezal exist? These aren't my words, y'all. Everyone has an opinion about race, but 99% of the population has never studied it. And many textbooks that talk about race are filled with lies, inaccuracies, and alternative facts. With so much racial ignorance in the world, how will we ever find our way to that glorious mountaintop Martin Luther King glimpsed right before a white racist killed him? Most of us make it through the eternity of our lives without structured opportunities to learn about racism from experts on the subject. Although race is an inherently divisive topic, the cause of continual controversy, Facebook feuds, and endless debate, there's exactly one thing and one thing only that we can probably all agree on, regardless of our racial or ethnic identity, gender, age, political beliefs, or shoe size. We are surrounded by racial stupidity. From the White House to the Waffle House, from the classroom to the internet comment section, from the television to the tiki torch aisle of your local Pier 1 imports, we are surrounded and at times astounded by the ignorant and dangerous ideas people express about this thing called race. Why are so many people so incredibly confused and misinformed about race? It's the white supremacy, stupid. One of the main consequences of centuries of racism is that we are all systematically exposed to racial stupidity and racial beliefs that warp our understanding of society, history, and ourselves. In other words, living in a racist society socializes us to be stupid about race. Not only are we surrounded by stupid ideas about race, we are even surrounded by stupid ideas about how to talk about that race. In May 2015, Starbucks launched a doomed campaign called #RaceTogether to encourage baristas and coffee drinkers around the country to have a conversation about race. Although many may have mistaken the campaign for a satirical piece in The Onion, Starbucks announced that its employees had the options of arbitrarily writing the hashtag #RaceTogether on a random customer's cup. Aspiring coffee drinkers minding their own damn business would then be obliged to say something to the barista about race. After a steady stream of criticism and mockery on social media by anti-racists across the country, across the color spectrum, yours truly included, the company eventually backpedaled and canceled the initiative. To some, encouraging random people to talk about race sounds like a step in the right direction. Don't we need more profit-driven corporations to take a stand and say that race is a legitimate and important topic of conversation? Well, no, we don't. Rather than thinking through the best practices that might foster a productive discussion about racism, the company executive thought it best to just sort of tell everyone else to figure it out, without providing any educational resources, training, or guidelines whatsoever. In a letter to employees, Starbucks chairman Howard Schultz stated that he conceived the idea of not to point fingers, and not because we have answers, but because staying silent is not who we are. When asked whether Starbucks employees received diversity training before being instructed to initiate conversations about race, the company replied, "We don't presume to educate communities on race, only to encourage an open dialogue." In other words, though Schultz thought race was a really important topic, he had nothing in particular to say about it, except there is no one to blame for racism but a clueless dialogue about race that doesn't center on racism is not particularly helpful and can even be destructive. I am not suggesting that racial oppression merely derives from ignorance. Rather, racial stupidity has been routinized and is the result of intentional actions. Ill-seized campaigns like Race Together contribute to the misconception that race is a topic that requires no education whatsoever to discuss. But conversations about race based entirely on racial ignorance are actually quite harmful. As an anti-racist educator, an occasional coffee drinker, and a black woman, I for one do not want to hear random members of the public who have not studied race share their uninformed opinions with or around me in the early morning hours. The unfortunate truth is that the vast majority of U.S. citizens have never taken a class on the subject, attended an anti-racist workshop, or seriously studied the history, politics, psychology, and sociology of race relations. Classes dedicated to the topics of racism and ethnic studies are not required for most students in public or private institutions. And as you know from your own experience, many organizations and businesses do not mandate diversity training with specific attention to racial and ethnic bias and discrimination. As a result, most of us make it through the entirety of our lives without structured opportunities to learn about racism from experts on the subject. Is it any wonder that so many people are so damn racially ignorant? It's important to understand that individual biases and negative stereotypes, which we all hold, are not the same as systematic racism, a system of power. Though everyone internalizes stereotypes about social groups, we do not all occupy the same position in the racial order. When members of a so-called racial group are able to impose their prejudices in ways that reliably benefit them and disadvantage others, they have managed to successfully institutionalize their racist beliefs and protect their racial privileges. Institutional racism consists of racist ideas and practices embedded within social organizations and institutions. For example, policies, laws, families, education. The major insight about systemic and institutional racism is that there is no such thing as a little bit of racism or pockets of racism or random incidents of racism, isolated from the rest of society. Whether you realize it or not, racism is systemic, pervasive, and embedded within the core of all our major institutions. The consequences of systematic racism are vast, from the burgeoning racial wealth gap, public disenfranchisement, mass incarceration, and racist immigration policies to microaggressions, racial profiling, racial media imagery, and disparities in health, education, employment, and housing. It is also important to be clear about the meaning of racism, particularly systemic racism, because so many people have made up their own definition of what the word means. A common misconception among racists and racial idiots alike is the idea that racism means making generalizations, or more specifically, making generalizations about white people. In fact, some fools think even mentioning the phrase white people is inherently racist. It's fascinating to watch racists argue against basic logic and inference to defend their racism and or racism denial. The faulty argument often goes like this: anti-racist. White racism is pervasive, and whites control the vast majority of resources. The racists say generalizations are wrong. Also, racists say whites are the superior race because the sad reality is that the very same people who view themselves as the master race can't even master basic logic. Racists want to maintain a monopoly on racial generalizations. They love to have their racist cake by making racist comments and generalizations about racial groups, and eat it too by insisting that the racial generalizations they dislike, especially critiques of white racism, are racist. Let me be clear. I am not suggesting that racial oppression merely derives from ignorance. Rather, racial stupidity has become routinized and is the result of intentional actions of European colonists and enslavers who sought to justify their capitalist exploitation of non-Europeans through the myth of white superiority. To begin the ongoing process of challenging racial domination and exploring our implication with it, we need to get really clear about the nature of systemic racism. We also need to confront how racial stupidity functions to keep large majorities of the population ignorant about the social, political, historical, and economic realities of racial oppression. Racial stupidity serves to justify and reinforce racism. And if we're ever going to build a better world, we need to fearlessly identify and dismantle the many forms of ignorance that keep so many of us in bondage. That was written by Crystal Marie Fleming, professor, psychologist. All right, anybody have any comments? Come on, y'all, we got 7 people here. Nobody have no comments? Anybody agree with that author or disagree? Hello? Did we see this already? I can't remember. All right, ignorance about race is killing us. Engage race and racism, or more people will die and many will continue to suffer. Augustin Fuentes, PhD. While 9 Americans lay dead on the floor of a famous church in Charleston, South Carolina, thousands of Americans were making racist jokes, crossing the street to avoid a young black man, bemoaning how governmental handouts favor minorities, and or assuming that black athletes are biologically superior to whites, except at certain positions like quarterback. And probably not one of these Americans linked their jokes, actions, or beliefs to the carnage at Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church on Wednesday, the 17th of June, 2015. Ignorance about race is killing us. The terrorist, Dylan Ruth, asserted that black on white crime is out of control in the USA, that black men rape white women in disproportionate numbers, that are pattern biological differences that separate blacks and whites and Hispanic, Jews, and Asians into discrete categories. He did not make these things up, he learned them. They are commonly held beliefs promoted not just on crazy white power websites, but with racists by powerful cultural and political positions like former science writer for the New York Times, professor of psychology, political science, and many others. The assertion by these people are readily available in the mainstream media and consumed by many, like Diane Ruth. However, there are many, many more who do not take such violent action, but who believe this misinformation and develop a psychological wall of fear, distrust, and difference that remains one of the most serious impediments to developing sustainable and equitable communities in the United States of America. Lydia Polgreen writes in the Sunday New York Times, America is living through a moment of racial paradox. Never in its history have black people been more fully represented in the public sphere. Yet in many ways, the situation of the black America is dire. Yes, there is an African American president. African Americans write and star in top TV shows and are prevalent in pop culture. But that does not change the reality of racism and racialized history in the USA. The president only cautiously talks about race. Major news media use kid gloves around the issue, and many Americans are afraid to bring it up in mixed race context. Worst of all, our public schools are more segregated now than they were 40 years ago, and textbooks avoid serious engagement in the K-12 education about race and history. We are not anywhere near a post-racialized society. We do not talk and teach enough about the reality of race in this country. This creates a pervasive ignorance. Every single assertion by racists about the biology, behavior, and history can be easily refuted by even a small bit of discussion, investigation, and education, but only if we challenge them. So here are a few talking points to fight against the ignorance. Black and white are not biology. Biology races a population or group of populations in a species that are on a different evolutionary trajectory than the other populations in that species. Biologists call this a subspecies. There are many ways to measure whether a cluster within a species is different enough to be labeled a subspecies. Apply any of these measurement criteria to all living humans today, and you always only get one race. We are the same subspecies, Homo sapiens sapiens. Neither genetics, behavior, height, body, face, or head shape, skin color, nose, or hair from or any other biological measure divides modern humans into subspecies. Being black or white matters in the USA. While not biological groups, the races we use today are socially, historically, and politically created and maintain categories. They are not real in the USA. What race means and who gets to be in and which one has changed over time. Ask the Irish how white they were in 1820. But because of our specific history of slavery and racial law discrimination against minority groups, there is an inequality built into the history and present of our nation, one that is especially harsh for Americans of African descent. This has been made more explicit in how we teach and think about history, and we ought to fully understand why we are where we are today. Blacks are not overrunning whites in the USA. Whites make up 63% of the USA population and blacks 13%. Currently, there are 43 black members of the House of Representatives out of 435 total, and 2 in the Senate out of 100. There have been a total of 1,963 senators in USA history, and 9 of them have been African American. Whites dominate in every single economic aspect, from the fact that net household worth for white is 20 times higher than for blacks, to the fact that whites own 79% of the businesses in the USA. We also know that the infant mortality rate is twice as high for blacks as for whites, that blacks are incarcerated at 6 times the level of whites, in spite of whites being arrested for 70% of the crime, including 65% of forcible rape, and that only 14% of homicides of whites are committed by blacks. We also know that everyone in the USA grossly overestimates the amount of crime and criminal threat posed by African Americans across the board. Columnist Charles Blow does a terrific job of laying this bare here. Racism has social and biological effects on those people who are racialized and discriminated against because of it. Understanding and confronting the realities of a racialized history and present are important for American society and our communal psyche. See here for data and discussion to help move this conversation along. Dr. Martin Luther King was spot on when he said, "Nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscious stupidity." We have the capacity to be among the most informed nations on the planet, yet we are increasingly willfully ignorant. We are in the midst of a flurry of horrible events that push the issue of race and racism into our faces, and yet we continue to respond to each other as if they're isolated events, or to simply stick our heads in the sand and wait for the uproar to pass. But it will not pass. There will be more people like Donald and Ruth. Don't let them or any of us stay ignorant. All right, anybody have any comments? I bought y'all 4 articles, and nobody ain't made a comment on not one of them. I gave you my opinion. Not one person had the courage to come in here and say anything. Y'all know what it is. I told you I poured that soda out and I made the mix, and I took the cap off the soda bottle, the new cap, and put it on there. It's nice and tight. I think I had them bottles too long. But it's just as well. I ain't need the soda anyway. Anybody have any comments on our topics today? Nobody don't want to debate. Nobody don't want to talk. Like the person said in that last article, we just gonna keep our heads in the sand. And we just gonna wait for the next George Floyd. Or wait for the next Freddie Gray. We just gonna wait for the next Ahmaud Arbery. We just gonna wait for the next Breonna Taylor. You're gonna wait for the next Leon White III. Yeah, nah, there's 9 people here, but nobody ain't saying nothing. Other than you and Papa D. One last call. Anybody got any insights, opinions, ideas? Last call. Alrighty then. Then let's take a break and look at. That's not. What you doing? There we go. Go to desktop.
Let's go. All right, y'all, we didn't roll with the question. We in motion with the motion. So what's going on with everybody today? What's happening? We heading up to the market real quick.
Now let's watch everybody leave.
I don't think it's fair. I gotta come out the house and go right up here. You know? No time to get warmed up. You come up the house and you go right up here.
Well, how cold is it now, for God's sake?
I should have put my sunglasses up, right? I keep forgetting to bring my sunglasses.
It's 86 degrees right now at night.
Yeah, and it's up, bro, and I keep forgetting to bring them. There ain't no excuse for it. Wait a minute, y'all. I forgot to do something. I'm using that. This power bank is powering.
The other phone bank.
This plug is supposed to go in here.
That's right.
This the bottom.
So when we do the mobile live, y'all are seeing it through the phone.
Okay. It's charging. All right, let's go.
Y'all hear the birds chirping? I mean, the birds is back.
This is right.
See, stuff was a house there. There was a house there. There was a house there. See the fence post for it?
We just lost our first little light of energy. What's going on with everybody, y'all? Somebody just sent me a link. One of my kids sent a link saying that NASCAR is going to ban the Confederate flag from all their races. For those of you that don't want to know that my cat says she's okay, she's been busy, but she still keep up with it. You know, they say it's supposed to feel like 98. It don't feel like it to me. It feels good out here. But Liz sent me a link about some other lady YouTuber. I won't call her ratchet, but she was saying that she tells her child to wear a mask when she goes in the store just to get in and then to take it off. She's saying, how come the president don't wear a mask? And how come all the police officers don't wear a mask? And I say, hey, the driver.
Hey, y'all, we gonna play her next. I had forgotten about that. We'll play her next.
Then you start talking about how if you got breathing problems, then a mask make it worse for you. Right. To say whatever you want to say. That don't mean you should always say it. Just because you got the right to say what you want to say, you shouldn't always say it. Sometimes it's better to keep your mouth shut and let somebody think you're silly than to open your mouth up and prove it. Now, if I tell her get sick with the COV, she's going to be the first one on that crying. And then you want to say, you the one that said don't wear a mask. And you're going to say, well, you didn't have to say that. Well, she didn't have to say it on video. Get my drift? And she's going to be the first one to say, hey, you didn't have to remind me of that. I'm trying to get sympathy here. If people are stupid enough, and I say stupid, if you're stupid enough not to wear a mask, then that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But don't tell other people to do it. You two should have took that whole video. Hey, how you doing, sir?
He forgot his mask.
Yeah. Here, one of the smallest states in the country, and we going on 60,000 cases. 60,000. We have more cases than Georgia. Georgia is 3 times our size.
Say what y'all want to say. I'm matched to a T.
You understand that? The state of Georgia is 3 times our size. We have more cases. We have more cases than North and South Carolina combined. And you know why it is? Number 1, because of New York and New Jersey. But number 2, because people refuse to wear masks. Now you said something about George Floyd and that Trump had. You said George Floyd's brother testified the day before Congress. They're seeking a bill to reform police policy. You know, now, a lot of people have been not watching our show because of what we've been talking about. You know, and I understand, if they're right, that's the way they feel. But by the same token, there's a whole saying in the Bible that says, those who are first will be last, and those who are last will be first. How do you think the people that were first on this planet Earth, how do you think they're going to feel when they're going to be last? This is how you going to feel? Let's imagine that. How are the people that are first?
Look how clear that picture is.
When they start being put on the back burner, how are they going to feel about it? Well, whenever you get legislation like this, people who benefit from that legislation are not going to be receptive. Because it is the top 3% in the upper middle class that love rogue police officers. It makes them feel better. It makes them feel better when they see you walking in that neighborhood, even if you live with them, to see the police pull you over. It makes them feel safe. Later comes to the right. And when it comes to the right, things change. Now, I told y'all a story tell it to you again. When I had a brand new Mazda, I drove out to the rural area, and I would go to every gas station I saw, and I had on some hose that I got from the Goodwill that had holes in them, and I pulled up in that new car, and I would put a quarter in the gas tank. You know how many people? And here's the key. Didn't no Mexican, didn't no Korean, didn't no Jack, didn't nobody black ever say nothing under that breath. But God done it. The white people, especially the women. Yeah, he showed that. Oh, look at him, man. But I tell him it's equality in America. If y'all don't believe me, some of y'all got nice cars. Go to the Goodwill. Go buy some old clothes that got holes in them. Buy some shoes that got holes in them. And then you go to the nice side of your town in your nice little car and see how many people look at you. Yeah, he stole that. He know he can't afford that. See how many people be in your business. And then see what race they are. Now, I'm not making up nothing. I'm telling you what it is. Some of y'all gonna say, he making it up. I'm telling you really what I did. I only had a brand new car one time in my life, and got darn it, I had fun with it. I definitely had fun. I ain't even on time fun. I had fun with that. How you doing, dear? Hello. My favorite cashier on break. Never took him back before we get in. But yeah, I'm just saying. How you doing, man? What's up? My man got the shield on. I thought about getting that. I thought about that. That's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much.
See, that dude still had to say something to me. Well, it didn't come to that entrance, another entrance. At the 8 o'clock, they closed this entrance. And you know we usually come late. That's why I went to that entrance.
All right, so let's rock on.
Y'all like my little Raven Nissan?
I know one thing. I'm getting some real soda today. I'm tired of drinking all that powder, no sugar mix. I want some real soda today.
Well, I ain't get my wish.
I'm being honest with y'all.
I'm still drinking the powder A&W.
Naya said she'd be right back. All right, hurry back, Naya. Well, I tell you, that AC feel good in here. It makes you not even want to leave. Let me get some of that tuna fish. So like I was saying, you know, when the shoe on the other foot, you know, you can't get mad. When the shoe on the other foot, you can't get mad about it. Now, we've had to deal with these things for years. They can't deal with it. Are we stronger?
I want some steak. There ain't no steak over there.
And people need to stop making excuses for them.
They want $40.
Yeah, $41.
For those $41 for those 3 little steaks. Y'all see that? $41.
This pieces of steak is $41. The pork chop is $20. God darn. 17, 13, 14. All right, we're not gonna find a deal today. That's 18. 18. No, we're not gonna find a deal today. You gonna have to get it up. Any down the ground, you know, anything else again. They kill us. You know, it's a dude that come on, and he must sit up all day and try to think of a different title for the same thing. I ain't gonna say his name. But God darn it. This dude come on every day, and he got a different title for the same topic. I don't understand how he do it. He must really sit up all day and try to figure out what he gonna say. Alright, no legs are 6. We just had don't take it out. 627. Anything else? 688, 611. And you want to do the same thing though, that's rough. Yeah, what? I don't like the camera being on this side, I keep banging it. Why is it left at it?
Now, isn't it amazing? You can't see the camera. You can see everything but the camera.
There we go.
Isn't it amazing?
Alright, so we got some chicken. They got hot treats. They got hot treats today. You got city.
Great, go ahead and put that salmon. Get my mac on. We got the shells, the creamy cheese.
I still got some at the house.
I'm gonna play that YouTube I was talking about, y'all. After this is over.
That's a Jane 27. It ain't leaking? Nope. Put it right there. We still got. Oh no, I haven't heard any. Yeah, they got any?
I forgot, you know, I still got I still got 5 eggs in the freezer. I mean the refrigerator. I still got 5 eggs in the fridge. I forgot about it.
I might touch that one.
I see it as a plus.
Oh, Lord. They falling apart. Stop. No, no wrong with that one.
There's only 3. Hopefully this one will work.
What about these eggs?
Now I turn the camera around.
I'm looking at eggs right now.
I turned the phone around so y'all can see it.
The eggs look video. Y'all see any cracks? Oops. I don't know if they're gonna stay. Yeah, they're gonna stay. Alright, let's go. They take you time.
But say Erie Dewey. Erie Dewey Leary. I just checked the chat.
Excuse me, how y'all know? Pretty good.
see everybody got a mask on. It's a policy of the store now.
Okay. Like I said, the current thing is that they were showing ourselves, therefore, the bill will happen tonight. That reform necessary across the board for anyone who's subject to police recall.
You said the devil's lettuce.
He said they're also removing
what's
the Confederate statue in Virginia. Well, these are things that should have been done years ago. But like I said, how you doing, dear? Well, like I said, you know, there are people who want to resist change. But these changes need to be made. Now, we can sugarcoat it and, you know, pretend that we don't see. They moved them. Well, I haven't got a soda in
6 months.
I haven't moved a soda in how long? But I want something different. I'm breaking the chain, y'all. I'm trying to buy some diet. I see diet cream. Alright. Diet black chai. Give me a diet black chai. And do they got diet green? No. Give me a diet Dr. Ball. There you go. Both on the diet, y'all.
Hey, that's why I bought 2 of them. Hey, we still got one in the refrigerator.
I'm breaking on.
Yeah. Cause I poured the other one out. As they exploded on my daggone floor. Yeah. I bought 2 of them. I bought 2 of them.
I still got a can of.
I don't know. I might not even touch it.
So we're gonna need that. And you know, I could have got salsa water.
I might just leave it in there.
You can give me. We'll just take one, because I'm starting to get sick of it. I'm starting to get sick of it. How you doing, sir? Pretty good. And let's see. They got the applesauce on sale. I ain't never got the applesauce on sale. That's crazy.
They got 3 for $5 right there. You don't see it?
They got the mussel 3 for. They got the mussel 3 for $5. So I guess I can get. And where you gonna put it at? I'm running out of room here. That's 1, 2, 3 for $5. Can no one get that? Alright. Let's make a Yui-Dewey. So I got chicken, I got fish.
We got our hot treats.
We're gonna get loaded down now. We ain't moving as fast.
We got applesauce. Look how crystal clear that camera is. I love it. Richard McConnell says the reefer man.
I don't believe it. There she got it. I don't believe it. I'm about to call somebody. I said I'm about to call somebody. Did I do that? That ain't the same thing.
Really wish it.
No, it don't even belong there. That's the problem.
I think weed stink. I know I ain't supposed to have it, but goddamn, I'm treating myself today.
Will that sit right there? Or would it be better to sit right there? Huh? I don't know right here.
We treating ourselves today.
I don't know right here. All right. Now I want some macaroni and cheese. Well, that's all I need. I got it. Woo! Let's rock on.
Y'all see we at halfway.
No, it's better the other way. I got it. Right time coming up. And I'm going the wrong way. Yep, wrong way. Cause we just came to the market 2 days ago.
Yeah, we ain't getting no cakes and
we're
cakes.
wasting that money.
We ain't getting no cookies.
Okay. Do they got any macaroni and cheese? I ain't got my mac on in a while. $2 for $6. Where's the giant version at?
It's
Where's
right
the giant
there.
version at? See, I
It's
can't
right
even
there.
what I want. Where's the giant version?
It's right there, y'all. I don't know how I don't see it. It's right there.
Right. Where's the giant version?
I passed it again. It's right there. Where you going? Where you going, sir?
Cheap. I don't want the cheap.
Where are you going?
I mean, I'm cheap, but I don't want the cheap. So the Velveeta is $2 for $6.
I still ain't seen it. It's right there.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
We got
Right
the
down.
giant version. Alright, we'll take 2 of these shells, right?
Right, we getting our mac on tonight. Go ahead and mac. And y'all see that salmon right there? 2 big pieces in there. We gonna eat one. We gonna cut it in half. They like this long. About this wide. We gonna cut them in half. Squeeze them in the pan.
They riot and throwing the statue in the river. Oh, Lord. Now, see, there's some people take advantage of stuff. Hold on. Look somebody. Okay. Alright, so this is the thing. Well, now you put a link in the chat. I can't do nothing about that right now.
Now you put a link in the chat.
Yeah, I mentioned that on the way up the hill there. I mentioned that on the way up the hill. I'm in line, y'all. You say a judge is attempting to stop it? Where was that judge at when they had that knee in that man's neck? Uh-oh, it look like we lost these people.
I'll be glad when we get enough people that I don't have to keep looking to see how many still here.
I don't have a problem with the Confederate flag. Because the Confederate flag, the they use ain't the real one. So, I don't have a problem with it. You know, that, I told y'all, that Confederate flag that they fly is that beat up flag from the battlefield. The battlefield were them losers that lost the Southern War. They were losers. That's a loser flag. It was only brought up to intimidate us after the Civil War. Anybody that's scared of that flag, y'all know that history. That was the flag they used on the battlefield because the real Confederate flag looked like the American flag. And they wasn't sure who to shoot at. If y'all remember in the old ways of fighting the war, somebody had to carry that flag. When somebody got shot, you had to drop your gun and pick that flag up. And if nobody was carrying the flag, you won. So, that flag they used was beat up and defeated. So, it don't intimidate me. I laugh when I see it. I think, loser. That's what I think when I hear that flag. Loser. You say you missed that part?
Right, girl. Yes.
It was a general. It was a general that made that flag. you doing, nigga? Man, you know where you go. Come on and kick your face. It's already organized now. Yep. It does good right there, and I can, while I'm riding, I can reach over and feel it, make sure it's not there, and then you. Tell me the eggs are? Oh, you got it right there? Okay. Come on. You can keep the milk. I'm going all over together. Tied up here.
Check the shit. Nobody saying nothing. Nah, we can skip this part. I'm only paying. Let's mosey along.
Right here, boy. With the eggs in the front basket. Okay, you parents will get home. Let's go. Let me get her for Mr. Red. Think we got everything. How we doing, buddy? What's happening? Y'all have a blessing.
Remember, y'all, we only going at half speed. See the knob right there? See that black knob? See how it's a little, it's only halfway.
We hitting stuff.
So that,
I'm ready to see. I think
I hate to say it.
It's better than that. Let me turn the camera around for y'all. Sorry about that, y'all.
That's only half speed. That's not bad. So if that's 2 miles per hour, that's saying we're going pretty fast.
I'm afraid them eggs won't crack. But there's not nothing in there with them. That's what I'm worried about.
We're going pretty fast to only have a halfway. I don't care if nobody says something ain't right. We're going pretty fast.
To the side here.
But only have a halfway.
Alright.
Checking the check.
Now I said this for others that might be interested. This is what I'm looking for. I man say the General Lee statue is 6 stories. No way they can throw it. They said, "Look, I said, "Liz, this is a huge monument." She said, "It's state property. It would be a crime to tamper with it." Well, you remember what we learned this week? Anything that's government is of the people. If the people want to destroy their own property, why can't they do it? So we good? All right, let's roll. That's not far from the wheel, is it? No, we good. Let's roll. Oh. Hold on. See y'all.
And y'all see the filter? Hey, look at my mouth.
Now see y'all, I'm using this HEPA filter. And it's doing a pretty good job. I'm gonna switch these tobacco pouches and then we gone.
Yeah, that's what that is on my lip. That ain't the filter.
Let me pop in a tobacco pouch.
I had them tobacco pouches in my mouth all that time.
All right. And take a deep breath. And let's go.
Y'all see, I don't mind it hanging out. That's extra protection.
All right. Then I want you on.
And you can look.
Gonna play what?
Here's day. Woo!
They gonna break off. Will I get lucky when he comes? No.
That's 2.
They got my 3rd call.
Now he gonna turn.
That's security. Let's go.
That's security. It went to that shopping center.
All right, y'all, let's walk on.
Let me check the chat. Everybody's, we down to 6 people. Oh, you're my Eve.
Maya said you cannot destroy property because you pay taxes. Well, your taxes pay for it. Yeah. If enough people get together, why can't they do it? This person is on one-way street.
What they gonna do? Call the National Guard?
You coming up the wrong way. Give me some dope shit. I'll take it.
If you want to take down the statue,
I realize it, but we're a little bit past halfway in speed.
We're going pretty fast.
So it's saving us some battery. When we start going uphill, I put it on 4 power, but this saving us some battery right here. And like I said, I think we're still going pretty good. I think we're going at a pretty fast clip. Now you see we starting to slow down, we're going downhill. But we showing all 4 bars. But I'm gonna save it.
You ain't gonna say that when I turn it up.
It's a little bit past halfway.
I love that house right there.
I don't mind the speed. I can turn it up. But I can turn it up, we can go a little bit faster, but why? Let me give this real steep bump. And then we'll turn the power on. Still going uphill. it, y'all. We going at ready for that. What's for dinner tonight? Salmon. We having salmon and we getting our macaroni and cheese and salmon.
And y'all see all 4 of the lights are on. Y'all can see it.
We gonna watch the last one. Today Wednesday we got the AEW and we got the NXT. We got both the last ones on.
I sanitized my hands before we left the store.
The daylight ride.
And I didn't touch anything. If you remember earlier when I came in the store, I wiped down the handlebars with the sanitizer.
I don't see no difference.
So I was good, now. Nah, y'all.
Well, it said we got all the bars, so.
Oh, yeah. Can I rewind back? Hold on. Let's rewind back.
We're going downhill.
Can we go back?
Get deep breath. And?
No, that's not far enough back.
Turn it back
again. And now. Let's do it. Wait a minute, you just missed it. There I am right there. Now you see it's in my hand. We haven't even used it yet.
Think we got everything?
It's still in my hand, Naya. See that?
How we doing, buddy? What's that? Y'all have a blessing.
Now, we didn't touch anything.
Alright, so I think I can organize this better, man. Yeah. We hitting stuff. I'm ready to see. I think we can organize this better than that. Let me turn the camera around for y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm afraid them eggs won't crack. But there's not nothing in there with them. That's what I'm worried about. So let me turn to the side here. Alright.
Alright, so other than touching the phone.
Now I said this for others that might be interested. Here's what I missed that part. Now I say the general release statue is 6 stories. No way they can throw it. They said left out loud, Naya. Naya said, Liz, this is a huge monument. She said, it's state property. It would be a crime to tamper with it. Well, you remember what we learned this week? Anything that's government is of the people. If the people want to destroy their own property, why can't they do it? So we good? All right, let's roll. That's not bumping the wheel, is it? No, we good. Let's roll. Oh. Hold on. See y'all. Now see y'all, I'm using this HEPA filter and it's doing a pretty good job. I'm gonna switch these tobacco pouches and then we gone. We turn it back around. Let me pop in a tobacco pouch and we can hit the road. All right. Let me take a deep breath. And let's go. one coming already. That ain't one James. It's on the street, what? Yep.
Alright, so next time.
4% of them, why can't I visit it? Well, yeah. Got no reason to say nothing to him. I tell you, well, I'm trying to keep the public safe. Well, I'm part of the public, and right now, you're not making me feel safe, so you're not doing your job. See, this is the problem. It don't matter how you look. It don't matter what race you is. If I'm on public property, the police should be able to come say, hey, boy, what you doing? But if I see them on police property and I ask them what they doing, they don't want to attack. That's all I'm saying. You the police officers laying around, you go up to them and you say, hey, I ain't paying you to sit here and talk. Yeah, then do some police work. And see what kind of reaction you get. But they're going to ask you, hey, where you going? Or hey, why you out here? Or hey, why you doing this? Or hey, why you doing that? They don't have no problem answering that question. They don't have no problem at all. How you doing, bro? Pretty good. Now you say I should be the big nigga Baltimore. Y'all want to build me up? That's the problem where they got over me now. Who gonna build me up? I'll go out there and do that same stuff that they did. Who gonna build me up? Y'all gonna build me up?
Somebody's trying to call in. But I'm looking, I don't see it. Somebody's trying to call in. It says missed call. So I stopped. Oh Lord. Oh no, is it? Oh no, I'm showing information. Look, let's get back to the video. We almost done. Whoever trying to call back now. Whoever that is.
That's why I can't say nothing to them. And they're trying to lock me up. And like I said, who gonna build me up? I'll go down there and start protesting. Once they lock me up, who gonna build me up? That's the question. Now it says police officers are ignorant about the laws they enforce. And she says, I can only imagine how many cases are thrown out based on their ignorance. A lot of cases get thrown out. I told you, the cartel tried to showcase. I got cited for hacking, even though I had a Baltimore City badge, I had a Baltimore County Sheriff badge, and I had a sedan badge for the whole state of Maryland. But I was in my private car. The person I picked up, he had two attempted murders warrants on him. But I was clean. They still gave me a ticket. I told you, I ain't even going to court ring. I held my badges up. And she said, dismiss. I ain't even walk in the courtroom. I stood in the doorway. Wasn't going to give them no satisfaction. I had insurance on my vehicle. They trying to say you don't have commercial insurance. I said, I don't think I had no accidents. Alright, y'all, let me bring the scooter inside. Like I said, left all off BDS. The point is not to be locked away while exercising your rights legally. Yeah, what's up, dude? That's right. Neck of the mechanic, everybody. Oh, camera turned the wrong way.
Oh, don't worry, y'all. He actually I'm gonna show you.
But like I said,
he got his truck hooked up.
Who won't bail me out?
We gonna see it in a minute.
I will do it. Who's gonna bail me out? A lot of time to come in here already.
All right.
And they know the penalty is death. It's on my apartment, the penalty is death. They still want to come in here. They wanted to come. All right, Tom. Give me 15 minutes. I'll be right back.
Trying to see if anybody bought the scooters. That's why I leave the camera rolling. I'm stopping the live right now.
I've only got 27 people watching. It's disappointing. Not bad though. 27 people. One winter watching. That's not bad. It ain't great. It ain't bad. So welcome back for that.
So now the scooter's sitting there unprotected. But we got the watchful eye. Somebody try something, we got the watchful eye. We got the watchful eye. Anybody gonna bother the scooter? Do I have to go hunt somebody down? Do I gotta go jack somebody up? Is they unwatched?
If you don't get out of here, I just hit it. There you go. Did it hit the ground? Stop stomping. Told you, get out of here.
Closing the basket up.
I'm going back for a minute. Woo. I'm being lazy, y'all. Yeah, the other camera off, but this one's still on.
It's 89 degrees outside. Feel like 98.
Catch my breath real quick.
And I can tell y'all, the temperature went from 86 to 70. What is it? 79. I feel the difference.
Good news is, I ain't got to take this thing all the way upstairs.
And we can go in here and cook.
You can look at the head station. Where you go? Come on back around so I can see. I ain't got nothing to hit him with.
It was 3 of them. 2 made it in.
I ain't got nothing to hit him with.
1 I killed. I'm waiting on the other one. It's real small. It's real hard to hit. But I got that board right there.
There goes the mechanic, y'all. He gonna use it? This is the beauty of having 2 cameras. Look, y'all. He ready to move this car?
I got it facing the wrong way. I'm supposed to have it.
Am I getting repo? All right, you got it grab.
I'm thinking at this angle is what y'all saying. It's a side.
Somebody getting repo? Somebody getting repo? I figured that. Is that a big one? Oh, yeah. I'm definitely in the wrong business. All right, y'all, I'm gonna stop this. So what y'all see the mechanic doing his thing. Gonna put it back in the case. See y'all in a bit. Oh, it's still going?
And that's it. Alrighty. Anybody still here? Liz sent me this earlier. At the beginning of the live, you saw me referring to the person. So, dang, even the badge match. Match to a T today. I should have got one of the blue ribbons. Alrighty, y'all. Let's Alright, if it did show, we ain't talking about nothing, so that's good. Right there. Hold on, y'all. I'm looking for the link. No, this ain't that one. Gotta go further up. All right, here we go. Copy link address. All right, y'all. Liz sent me this earlier.
So, yeah. Let me. Today I seen a guy who was so covered up that I had to stop him and say something.
Let me give her a thumbs up.
I believe in messages that come from the universe for certain people. Like, I like to mind my business, but if I'm being like told to do it, I'm gonna have to do it. So I looked at the guy and I was like, "Can you breathe?" And he said, "Yeah, I could breathe a little bit." And I said, "Well, I just started talking to him about how he had too much stuff on and how much oxygen our brain should receive every day, so that our bodies can function properly. When you put on that face mask, it's cutting off your oxygen supply. So therefore, if you have a respiratory problem or asthma, it's going to affect you almost immediately, and you're going to end up in the hospital and probably dead. Okay?
No need
so
to
I'm
be
just
full
saying,
screen.
be careful. Like, if you see me with a mask on, it's because I'm about to go in the store. Because I know some stores you have to have it on, but you're not going to catch me just walking around with it just because. Like, I just don't, my spirit tell me, something else is going on. So, hey, thinking out loud, what channel am I on? Somebody type it in, because I can't see it. And I was trying to go on Bars and Real Talk, but since my picture is up here like this, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have this picture for Bars and Real Talk. So what, I can't see it. Oh, there it is. I see it, y'all. I see it. Every time I see, okay, that's how it is. Hey, Malik, when you see somebody with a mask on, it's like, in your mind, you calling them a weirdo, but you also know that they don't understand what's happening, that they're trying to protect themselves. So I can dig it, but don't go too far. You don't have to put a goddamn shield on. You know the plastic shield? That man had on a mask that come up over his nose, under his eye, around his mouth, and then the shield. I was like, oh shit, you can see the sweat. I was like, no, I gotta say something to him, like, and then he was like, what's your name? And he was like, oh, that's a beautiful name. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you told me this. He was like, I don't want that to happen. Saying how he don't want to die, pretty much. So, yeah, let me see. You are on. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, dear. None yet. No, man, it's not even a joke. It's serious. Your brain needs a certain amount of oxygen for your body to function properly. So imagine if somebody had that mask on for a long period of time, like maybe an hour. They're going to be probably irritable, agitated, not acting like themselves. You see? People, like, you can see some people slide it down, they're sweating, and they have an attitude instantly. And that's because you don't even feel right. You don't feel like yourself, okay? So just be safe out there. I just wanted to come real quick, Hey, Paige. What's goody? Hey, none your B. That is so funny. Yeah, so, I didn't really come to stay because, wait a minute, let me see something real quick. Let me see if Shay left me or not. Let me see. Okay, I can talk to y'all for a little minute if Kira left me. Let me check and see if she left me, y'all, because she wanted me to walk her to the store, and I was telling her I'm going to go live real quick. She going to say, when you get on there and talk to them, you're going to be like a half hour and all that. I was like, oh, God. Because y'all know when I start talking to y'all, I end up staying on longer than I'm supposed to, right? But this is a message that I felt like I really had to get out there, Because y'all going too fucking far with these goddamn masks and shields and shit. Let me tell y'all, me and my daughter was walking to the store earlier, right? We seen all these cops outside. So I looked at my daughter, I said, look at that mask you got on and look at those cops. She got like a cotton type of mask and she just had it on her chin just in case we gotta go in the store. So I'm like, look at all them cops. Not one of them had a mask on. Does that not tell you guys something? When something is really serious, it's considered to be a law. Like whether it's for a certain period of time and then they lift that law, it's against the law to do this, do that. Like how the stores couldn't stay open at one point unless they let people come in only wearing a mask. Now when you go in the store, it says you can't come in without a mask on the door, but you can walk right there without a mask. So they're not taking it, serious like that no more. So when I saw the police without it, I was like, bro, it's like 5 police officers talking to this one man. None of them had on a mask. So y'all need to take that message. They fucking up your brain, like, and not just your brain, your body. Like, you gotta breathe, goddammit. Shit. All right, let me see something. All right, so she left me. I can talk to y'all for a minute.
This person called Free Thinker says, face masks are not safe. You're breathing your carbon dioxide back in. You're supposed to breathe oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. And if you have common sense, you inhale and then you exhale quickly. Wait, because it takes a while for the carbon dioxide to get through your mask, especially if you got a good one. You got an old cheap mask, it'll come right through. You'll exhale and feel it all the way up and let your eyeballs ready to pop out. But you exhale. You blow it out. Give it a chance to clear. Then inhale again. Give it a chance to clear. Inhale again. What's so hard about that? What is so hard about that? I'm asking the question.
Oh shoot, I forgot I could put the damn, shut up Marissa, talking about something she left. Oh my goodness, look at you. Look at that pretty girl. You finally put a picture up. Got the natural hair popping. Go ahead, girl. Got the melanin all glowing. Go ahead, Marissa. I be like, they don't know. It ain't their fault. Man, it ain't their fault, but at the same time, bruh, like you don't do so much. You know what I mean? And as far as those masks, I'm about to start making some myself. I just gotta get some more needle and thread. I can't find my needle and thread because I haven't used it in so long. But I'm gonna get some, and I'm gonna get some nice material and just start making them. Since people love them so motherfucking much, I can put them in the Poppy store. Tell Poppy he can have a certain percentage of it and let him sell those jewels for me. You feel me? So yeah, it's gonna be straight like that. And you the only one that say my name right. None of your business. They probably be like Nuna, and you be like, no, my name ain't no fucking Nuna. So anyway, let me see something real quick. I'm gonna drop my link in case somebody want to come talk to me about anything you want. Like, I feel happy that I at least said that to y'all. You know, be careful with those motherfucking masks. That shit is wild. That man looked like he was about to pass out. Hold on, let me see. You what? Hold up, this is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to. Hold on, this shit say YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share it another way. Bitch, hold up. First of all, no. This is if it's coming from me and it's my link. How the fuck does that work? I'm just putting the regular old link that I be giving y'all when y'all come up here and talk to me. And these bitches talking about we rejected it. Let me see if they do it again. Fuck. I know y'all be laughing probably how I say shit. Yeah, these bitches is rejecting it again. They done lost.
All right, I can't take anymore. But notice she said out of her own mouth, don't wear a mask. But then she turns around and says, I'm going to make some and sell them. Can somebody make that make sense? I'm warning y'all, don't wear masks. The police didn't have them on. President Trump don't wear them. That's what they were saying in the chat. But she's going to say her little girl only wears the mask when she walks in the store, and then they pull it right down. I was in the store today. You saw a young man with two little boys. When he got up by the register, he pulled the boy mask up. How can you say don't wear a mask and then turn right around and say I'm going to sell them? What? Can I say it again? What? I'm telling y'all, don't buy vitamin D. But I'm about to start selling it. That's the kind of logic they have. So speaking of the CV, we haven't checked our numbers today. We can't go without looking at our CV numbers. We up to 2,066,401 cases in the country. We have 115,130 deaths. Recovered 808,494. Closed cases 923,624 that had an outcome. 808,494, 88% have been recovered or discharged. Deaths 115,130, 12%. So 88% of people are being discharged from the hospital and 12% are dying. So that looks good. So let's look at our stats here. I know I pressed that button, so why it didn't pop up? New York got 401,333 cases. They picked up 673 new cases today. Total deaths, 30,680. 77 people died in New York today. New Jersey, 167,678. 486 people picked up new cases. Total deaths, 12,467. 98 people died in New Jersey today. California knows how to party in the city of LA. 2,900 people picked up the CV today. That's California. 139,931 total cases. 28,097. By this time, 2,900. Just say it, 2,900. Total deaths, 4,870. 98 people died today in California. Illinois, 129,837. They picked up 625 new cases. Total deaths, 6,095. 77 people died today. Massachusetts, they picked up 104,156 cases. They picked up 267. 7,454 have died. 46 people died today. Texas, 81,434. They picked up 2,437 cases today. Total deaths, 1,920. 28 people died today in Texas. Pennsylvania, 81,388. New cases, 427,000. Total deaths, 6,161. 75 people died today. Florida, 67,371. They picked up 1,371 new cases today. Total deaths, 28,003. 34 people died in Florida today. Michigan, what up, though? 65,182. They picked up 184 new cases. Total deaths, 5,955. 12 people died in Michigan today. My state of Maryland, oh sweet Maryland, my little state of Maryland. We got 59,465 cases. When we first started covering this, we only had 20. 561 new cases today. Total deaths, 2,844. New deaths, 33. Georgia, 53,980. They picked up 731 new cases. Total deaths, 2,329. 44 people died today. Virginia, 52,177. New cases, 439. Total deaths, 1,514. 18 people died in Virginia today. Let's go down here to Minnesota. Let's do North Carolina, 38,393. 1,167 new cases. Total deaths, 1,089. 21 people died in North Carolina today. Well, let's check out Indiana. Ooh-wee. 38,337 cases. 304 new cases. Total deaths, 2,355. 16 people died in Indiana today. Minnesota, 28,869. They picked up 346 new cases. Total deaths, 1,267. 39 people died today. South Carolina, the driver state, 15,000. And I think Stancy Girl state too. 15,759 cases. They picked up 531 new cases today. Total deaths, 575. They picked up 7 cases today. I'll scroll down, let y'all see. So we got 2,066,401 total cases for the country. We picked up 20,852. Now the past couple days, it been 19,000 or something. So now we shot back up to 20. 115, 130 total deaths. 115,130 total deaths. 982 people died today. Yesterday, I think it was 1,100, 1,200 people that died. So that's better. 982, less people died today. But if y'all don't want to wear no mask, hey, take your chance of being one of this 115,000. That's all I can tell you. If you don't want to take it seriously, then go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm saying it. You don't want to take it seriously? I don't know what to tell you. But all right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. We're going to do the Bible study tomorrow. Tomorrow, promptly at 5 o'clock. So I hope everybody be ready. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me. I'm going to go watch the wrestling, the revival, or FTR as they now known. They are going to be on AEW tonight. I can't wait to see it. Because I thought they had them acting silly in WWE, so everybody calls them the greatest tag team in the world, so let's see if they are. Because they're going up against the Butcher and the Blade, and I just watched the Butcher and the Blade on AEW Dark. They showed that on Tuesday. I guess it's like an advertisement for Wednesday, but they had a good show last night. It was an hour and 24 minutes, you know. And they had John Moxley on there, the world champion. So, like I said, I'm looking forward to watching it. So, anybody have any comments? We covered the issue of race today. We covered white privilege. Nobody had any comments, and this is the reason why we still have race problems, because nobody wants to talk about it. It ain't going nowhere, but nobody wants to talk about it. How can we heal? How can we fix the country if nobody wants to talk about it? I'm just asking the question. How can we heal? Thank you, Nai. You rest well too, and everybody else. If we don't talk about it, how can we heal? We can keep putting our heads in the sand. And those of us that are minorities, we keep doing the same thing we've been doing. We make a way. You know, whatever obstacle get put in front of our face, we make a way. I even told you how. I was smart enough to notice it times when it was handy and used it to get myself out of the situation. Now, one person would admit that they've done it in their life. They're gonna shame. Y'all know good and well, at some point in your life, you done looked and said, hey, he did the same thing. Why you ain't bother him? Is it because he white? You tell me you ain't done that in your lifetime, I ain't gonna believe. Y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bible study, 5 o'clock tomorrow. Expect everybody to be here. Y'all got y'all links? Bring them. We sacrificed the Bible study today to tackle the issue of race relations, and should have went on and did the Bible study because ain't nobody come to comment. So I know tomorrow when I ask y'all to break down these verses, I guess nobody is going to respond either. But anyway, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great night. And as Naya would say, see you soon. And as I say, see you later on today. Because we always go over. So y'all have a great night. And just have a good and productive day. Stay positive. And wear your mask. And get yourself a good HEPA filter. You can get vacuum bags on Amazon for $6. And all you gotta do is just cut them, peel them off, sit them inside the mask. So even if you only got the old cheapy, even if you only got a surgical mask, if you got one of them fashion masks and you got the little designs on them and you want to be cute and everything, it won't cost you nothing to put that filter in there, but it might save your life. And it doesn't make it more uncomfortable. There's no reason for anybody to be on that list. Yet every day, 20,000 people around the country pick up the disease. There's no reason for it. Especially if you watch this show. There's no reason. It might not be the big show, but we got the knowledge. For those of y'all that don't have it, go on Amazon right now and order it. It's only $6. Matter of fact, before I go, let me show y'all. But see, I don't want y'all to leave and say, well, he talked about it and didn't show us where to get it from. You can go around here to Amazon and you can just type in Kirby Micron Magic HEPA filter plus vacuum bags. But you can get as long as you get it. It's different versions. Let me go price low to high. And let's go to Amazon Prime, because most people got Prime. They actually got to get it by tomorrow tab. I'm in shock. Here are some for $8.10, some for $8.87. The price went up. Here goes some for $10. I see the pricing went up. Getting for $11.37, $11.79, $13.55. That's 9 bags. $16.82, $18.10. $24, $25. You know I went low to high. This come with the belt and 6 bags. $25. So did the price go up? Let's find out right now. Because remember, I ordered it. Let me go to, shoot. Let me go to, wait a minute. Your orders. Where are they? There they go right there. Oh, it's not Prime anymore. It was Prime when I bought it, but it went up to $7.59. I mean $7.59. Let's go there. Now, like I said, it ain't brain surgery. All you gotta do is take the shape of your mask, put it right here where it says Kirby at, right? Draw a design of your mask. Lay it out and draw a design. Then take the scissors, cut off the 2 ends. Now you can save them if you want to. But draw the design of your mask, right? Take a pair of scissors and cut it. Now you peel that part off. But what you do is you fold that over after you drew your design and go ahead and cut it. what's gonna happen is you're gonna get 4 layers, right? Now, if you make them smaller, then you can get 16 layers. But you want to make sure it covers your nose and your mouth. So go ahead and cut them, right? After you cut them, peel out the filter from out the paper and put that in your mask. Put that inside your mask, and when you put it on, make sure the filter covers your nose and your mouth. If you want to really be good, have it hang out. You can have it hang out. You know, you don't want to look retarded, but you can have it hang out. You see, I have it hang out because I want to be safe. And as you can see, it's not brain surgery. It's not expensive. Particle filtration process specific. The particle filtration, that's what you want. The particles, because the small particles, your mask are not going to keep from getting in. So you could be around somebody and you can be inhaling. You know what I mean? But that's not bad though. June 16th to 17th. What's the date? 10th or 11th now? Yeah, that's not bad. Well, at least it's somebody American. But let me see something. View order details. Hey, you showing my information, really? I could have just went on my business. It didn't even show it. There it is. You gotta show my information, don't you? I should just called it a day. It's my fault. I should have called it a day. But I wanted to bring home what I was saying. Alrighty, y'all. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace and blessings. Thanks to everybody that came. Let me shout out my BD family superstars. We got Naya, No Night by Kez, Liz. Who else is a family superstar? Who else is a MBD family superstar? I appreciate y'all for your membership. It's nice to have some. Doesn't even matter how many. It's nice to have some. I will see y'all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.